Alright, welcome back to another Assassin's Creed 1 stream. Today back with our stealth and all mission challenge, and yeah, up to target number 5 and 6. Gonna head to Damascus and then to Jerusalem for the next 2 Templars we have to take down. Hey, Mr. Goody, welcome in. Ich arbeite in der Dunkelheit, um dem Licht zu dienen. Ich bin Elektriker. I'm an electrician. Yeah, I'm sure the Germans are gonna love that once you arrive at.
Preparation is crucial to your success.
Okay, let's have a look at the memory log here. So last time we took care of William de Montferrat, which is definitely a trickier one to do. But today we're definitely getting to one of the trickiest, which is gonna be the Jerusalem one. With a public execution, because it's just like riddled with guards. Will basically kill you on sight. And also with crazies who are kind of like trying to rumble you around. So I'm gonna try like 2 different ways to do it. I think I'm gonna go for the air assassination first, which is the trickiest, but the most satisfying kind of like way to stealthily take him down. And if that fails, I'm gonna try to do the scholar way, where we can kind of like blend in to get behind into position to execute him instead. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be the trickiest, and I reckon we will also need the most kind of like reloads of a memory.
Altair, it seems my students do not fully understand what it is to wield the blade. Perhaps you could show them what you know. Perfect. Yeah. The work of a master. And that, my students, is how we all should fight. You must be busy. I understand.
I am. Ich bin Assassino. Yeah, in German you would say, ich bin ein Assassine. So kind of like Assassino, but with an instead of like O. Okay, so we have 2 locations here. We can go to Damascus and then Jerusalem. Damascus is the next one in kind of like the canonical order of targets. So I'm gonna go with that one.
Preparation is crucial to your success.
Thief! You are filth!
Altair, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Whose life do you come to collect today?
His name is Nuquod. What can you tell me about him?
Oh, the merchant king of Damascus, richest man in the city. Quite exciting, quite dangerous. I envy you, Altair. Well, not the bit where you were beaten and stripped of your rank, but I envy everything else. Oh, except for the terrible things the other assassins say about you. But yes, aside from the failure and the hatred, yes, aside from those things, I envy you very much.
I do not care what the others think or say. I'm here to do a job. So I ask again, what can you tell me about the Merchant King?
Only that he must be a very bad man if Al-Mualim has sent you to see him. He keeps to his own kind, wrapped in the finery of the city's noble district. A busy man, always up to something. I'm sure if you spend some time amongst his title, you'll learn all you need to know about him.
And where would you have me begin my search?
If I were you, I'd start with the Umayyad Mosque and Souq Saruja, both of which are west of here. Further to the northwest is Salahaddin Citadel. It's a popular meeting spot and has proved a reliable source of loose tongues in the past. Yes, these 3 places should serve your needs.
My thanks for your guidance, Rafiq. I'll return when I've gathered the necessary information.
I really like these kind of like subtleties in the animation in this game, you know. Like when I lock on him, Addin is like slightly looking to the right, but it's not like static, it's like part of his general movement, you know. There's kind of like idle animations as well, it kind of like helps to keep it look realistic. That's really cool, like, you know, with the heads kind of like behaving really like logical. Kind of like locking onto whoever they're talking to. But have it be like smooth animations for the transitions, you know. Alright, we're gonna do one of the investigations. Then we're gonna head back to see if there's like more dialogue. Okay, let's go for the first viewpoint here.
There, Steve, I'll have your hand for that!
No, you don't understand.
Why would he do
I
that?
have nothing. Has he lost his mind? I beg of you, just a few coins, please.
What he's trying to
Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry. Just a little money. Family sitting dying. Could you spare a few coins?
Be wary, friend!
Won't anyone help me?
Thief! You are filth!
That hurts! Stop it, please!
You dare steal in my presence?
You gotta love that hidden blade sound. Every time. It's kinda cool they brought it back for Valhalla. Kind of like as a nod to the original Assassin's Creed, given it was like one of the closest games in time. Yeah, no worries, Mr. Goody. I can teach you some more for sure.
No, you don't understand. I have nothing.
Has he lost his mind?
I have many things, too many things.
Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why are you?
We are the true children of God.
He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Stop this. Make no mistake, you're hurting me. We are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world.
The true children of
We
God.
must resist. We must push back.
Food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money,
Now
I beg
comes
of
the
you.
English king and his
Please, sir,
infidel
have any
army.
money?
They leave us on their way.
Why would someone do that?
He arrived to meet him. That he
He's trying to kill me! Help!
He's trying to kill me. I just tried to get you away from me.
Altair, my friend, my brother. It's been such a long time. Any news of Ada since she left? No. How sad. I'm sure you'll find her something. I've heard a feather is lying on top of Abu Nuquod's head. Maybe I could help you. But I have a mission myself. I have 4 targets I must eliminate before noon. Let's cooperate, just like old times. 2 for you, 2 for me. They are Abu Nuquod's personal guards. You will spot them in minutes.
That epic music. While the dialogue was happening.
No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please.
You want it? I've got
No, please don't leave. Just a few coins, please.
Can leave this guy away from any guards.
My family is sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
Why are there so many guards here?
A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins. I beg of you. I beg of you, just a few coins, please. I beg of you. I beg of you, just a few coins, please. Have any money? My family is sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? Food.
Actually crazy how many guards there are.
Just a little money, I beg of you.
That will cost you your life.
So if I have a timer, that's alright, right? I just want to make sure I don't get detected here. But there's so many guards around. It's actually insane. I wonder if that's because one of the group got bugged by earlier.
I beg of you, just a few coins, please. No, you don't understand. I have nothing. Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and
I
hungry.
need help.
I have many things. Many come. Too many things. Let me show you everything I have. Come, people. Come see what I have to offer. Tired of never finding anything useful at the other merchant stalls? That won't happen here.
Just a few coins, please.
A letter. For me?
Wasn't that great? Just like in Alep, you remember? Here's something I found on one of the Merchant King's men. I think it's a map of where he has stationed his guards. I'm sure it will come in handy in your mission. Anytime you're in Damascus, come see me. You know my door is always open to you. Safety and peace, my friend.
Quiet map detailing the position of emerging king's guards. A letter? For me? A map? Hey Vidamise, welcome in. Thank you for joining.
I beg of you, just a few.
I hope you're having a good day so far.
Tell me why he's doing that.
Okay, let's have a look at this map here. Okay, so basically the big kind of like building is pretty much unguarded. It's mostly the, you know, side wards that are.
I beg of you, just a few coins, please.
Now, why did you do that? Why is he doing that?
Someone should stop him before he hurts himself. I think I've seen a lot wrong with him.
Have a look. You won't be disappointed. See what I can offer. Are you a friend of mine? No? So get away from... Good day, my friend. Is there anything I can help you? Something caught your eye?
Dressing spots here.
Leave now!
Very nice, Demise. That sounds good. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good as well. Doing some of a stealth challenge today with AC1. So trying to keep the detection time kind of a counter as low as possible. So far we've been detected 3 times. And we're now on to assassination number 5.
For this nonsense.
Odd. Why would he do that?
I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
Die, thief!
Let's just chill for a second, synchronize the viewpoint. You can wait. Okay, so now that we've done one of the investigations, I actually want to go back to the burrow and see if there's any kind of like additional dialogue with the Rafik there.
Children of God! Why are you doing this?
Thank you, boy. I only wish my sons were half as brave as you. I'll see to it that they read this tale and know what it is to be a true hero.
He has found this Nuquod of Damascus in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence. This is an ill omen.
Oh, very nice, Harbinger. That means you can redeem a game to the list. Any game preferences? Yeah, I mean, I've kind of like watched the top 25 of 2022 kind of like list recently, where we kind of like went through games that were like very well received across like all kind of like review kind of like channels, I guess, even from like individual streamers and stuff. And honestly, I got quite interested in Elden Ring because everybody seems to like really have enjoyed that, and I'm kind of like looking and kind of like into getting into one of the Soulspawn games eventually. But another game that also looked quite interesting was called Immortality, I believe, which kind of like combined actual like real life acting with kind of like doing choices in the game. I know it's like difficult to describe, but that one looks like a really good like indie kind of like tip. You have replaythroughs with 140 plus 97 plus 72 hours played in Elden Ring. Damn. So I guess you would recommend it then? Yeah, I bet. I did play through Dark Souls 2 some years ago, but that was with a friend, so we played like most of the boss fights together, except the ones you had to do like yourself. But I definitely got, you know, familiarity with that kind of like game. And we also played through a bit of like Dark Souls 3 together, but definitely not for the entire game though. Another game that I have lying around is actually Bloodborne. I do have it for the PlayStation 4. Bought it a while ago, but never got around playing it yet. But that one already has been redeemed by I'm the Bastard, I believe.
My friend, what news?
My search continues.
Do not let me distract you then.
Okay, I think that's all the dialogue there is for now. Fair enough.
I'll have your hand for that!
If I made a Prince of Persia game like this, your mind would be blown. Voiced by Leonardo da Vinci. Right. That would be a crazy idea. I could call it Prince of Persia Assassins. Welcome in, hippie.
Thief! You are filth!
My picks part of the link are games that I already planning to play or my preferred ones. Yeah, it's games I always kind of like plan to stream eventually. So some games you don't have to redeem because I definitely will be streaming them at some point. I could definitely update that list for sure, but also wanted to give like viewers more games to kind of like pick for me, I guess.
No, please don't leave. Just a few coins.
They leave horrors in their wake. You are Addin rides to meet him. That these barbarous you are filth! I pray that
Why are you doing this?
glorious and
I got
Another minute and they would have made off with me. I owe you my freedom.
Perfect timing. With that death scream there. Welcome in, Rod. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. And welcome in everybody from Rod's stream. I hope you had a good rest of the stream with some Mass Effect today. How did it go?
I'm so hungry. Just a little
what were you doing? Are you blind?
And yeah, welcome into some AC1. We're just currently preparing the 5th assassination for Nuquod or something like that. A kind of like rich guy who's trying to poison his guests, I guess. Welcome in, Lucinda. Thank you also for joining. Yeah, sounds good, Harbinger. I would definitely appreciate that pick for sure. It's a game that got me really intrigued. Okay, I gotta find a way to get inside this place here. It works.
Has he lost his mind?
Ah, very nice, Rod. That's awesome. I'm glad you're doing good progress with the side stuff in Mass Effect. Definitely good to take care of that, you know, as early as you do, I reckon. So you can really like get more of a main story like back-to-back happening. But yeah, glad you had a good time with it. And hey Lucinda, welcome in. Sorry, I already said that. Afro, welcome in. But yeah, welcome to you again as well, Lucinda, I guess. I hope everyone is doing well today. And yeah, thank you for picking that game, Harbinger. Please, sir. Does anybody have some money? Oh, there she is again. Okay, let me take care of this game redemption first, actually. Okay. Elden Ring is picked by Harbinger. Alright, I've added that to the list. Thank you for picking Elden Ring, Harbinger. Yeah, that's a game I'm really looking forward to because so many people have just like praised the shit out of it.
I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
And Morla, welcome in.
I have nothing.
Thank you for joining. Hope you're having a good morning. And how was the rest of Black Flag? I hope you had a good time.
Any money? Every family sick and dying. Could you spare a few coins? I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little.
Rod, sorry Susan, I missed the part where that's my problem. Exactly.
I'm poor and sick and hungry.
You know, we need the money rather than they do.
Please. A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins.
And yeah, for anybody that might not have come in with a raid just now, if you haven't checked out Rod's channel before, then I would highly recommend doing so because he's another Assassin's Creed fanatic who's playing through these games every weekend, also every year doing his annual series run, where he's playing through the games under special conditions, often with some form of like challenge going on. Or like in-depth playthroughs, you know, doing like other missions and talking about the lore and all of the good stuff. And he's also into other like narratively driven games like Rockstar games, like Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, and many, many more. So yeah, if you enjoy those kind of games, then definitely go ahead and check out the show. That's epic music though. Indeed. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Even killing innocent guards on the rooftops because they just stand in the way. And then getting detected because you didn't blend in with the environments. Ubisoft really toned down the movement parkour animation for Ezio games. How do you mean, Afro? Ah, okay, so you mean it looks like smoother and more human. That's fair. Honestly, I don't spot like a massive difference in movement, but there's definitely a bit of a difference in like general animation between AC1 and the Ezio games for sure. For example, like all of the idle animations you have in this game and how a lot of the dialogue also works through like in-game animations rather than cutscenes, you know. That's also like a big part of it.
You dare steal in my presence?
That guard had a family? Yeah, not even sorry. You can't stand in the way of Addin and expect to survive. While our Black Flag was good, fought 3 of the 4 legendary ships, went to the opera with Edward and Fam. Nice. So I got that reference to AC3 then. Because it's really cool, at the start of AC3 you see Haven actually going back into the opera to see the exact same piece being performed. And then he kind of like mentions that he went there with his father when he was younger. So this is actually the assassination location right here. So we can already study this place and kind of like find out ways of getting inside and infiltrating it. Not from here. That might be the case too, Hippie. That, you know, maybe Altair is a bit slimmer than Ezio was. But Mega64 did a very funny video about Assassin's Creed back around the time it came out. Going to public dressed as like Altair, interacting with people. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that, Rod. Always love these kind of videos, you know. It also reminds me of the Devin Supertramp videos on YouTube where he kind of like does real life parkour featuring like characters from Assassin's Creed often. Or kind of like inspired by the kind of like thematics and outfits and stuff of Assassin's Creed. It's definitely interesting how they changed the climbing speed. I feel like it's actually perfectly fine in AC1. But every time I play AC2, I kind of like realize, okay, I kind of missed being faster, you know, because sometimes it can be a bit of a nuisance, climbing up walls and stuff. But I mean, realistically speaking, it should be. But then again, you know, I think like in AC, you can always explain it a little bit with like, okay, yeah, you have actual people who are kind of like, you know, definitely genetically stronger than the regular human. And that also is one of the reasons why they're such good climbers as well. So don't mind it too much in like the faster climbing speed, I guess. But it does feel like realistic in this game. The scene when his daughter arrives was so good. Yeah. You mean like when she arrives with a ship in your home base? It always gets to me, you know, it's like a very emotional scene. Kind of like that he lost his love, you know. His wife pretty much. I'd never seen her again, even though she was kind of the reason he set out on this path. But then, you know, having like something of her still with his daughter. Oh shit. So I gotta train this because this is actually a good path to kill our target. I have like jump on the beam there, then jump over this side, drop down, kill the guards, and then our target. I'm just gonna try to pull it off once he gets to do the assassination, I guess. And then watch us fail and get detected. It's fine. Yeah, Connor's just a bit different, you know? He's a machine. I kinda like how that's also represented in his like way of like running and stuff, you know? He seems to struggle to run fast rather than some other characters we played before. Yeah, that's true, Mola. It's kind of funny that whole stop calling it a boat kind of like dialogue. But yeah, it really is a shame, you know, kind of like realizing what's essentially happening to the Kenway family, you know. That the Templars are kind of like manipulating and like the entire family, you know. killing Edward and then essentially raising Haven to become a Templar. It's really fucked up.
What is it that you want?
Holy shit. So that wasn't even a bug necessarily, that was actually a vote just now. But apparently if you do a swing into vote, it looks like this. I was essentially trying to do a vote, which always works different if you kind of like have done a menu jump before. But apparently if you swing before, then that happens. The fuck? Never seen that before.
That won't happen here.
The look on Edward's face when he reads that letter. That's true, and then there's the power of his text adding to how brutal his combat is. Absolutely. Yeah. He's just a machine. And yeah, that as well, you know, like Edward, I think they really nailed kind of like his facial animations because they totally, you know, tell everything about what he's thinking without even having to say like a single word, you know. And then we go from that to kind of like Odyssey and Valhalla cutscene animations. I mean, no shade against, you know, Valhalla's proper animated cutscenes because they're absolutely amazing. But, yeah, like, you know, regular dialogue can be a bit jarring with the animations.
It was good of you to come.
It is an honor to serve. What do you require?
The letter I've given you must be brought to Salah ad-Din's camp. Seek out the one they call Hisham. He will be able to help. Tell no one else of this.
None will know my mission.
Then our business is concluded.
Quiet letter stating the Merchant King is holding a festival within the palace. The people of Damascus despise the Merchant King for spending the money on extravagant parties held inside the palace. Attending one of these celebrations should bring me close enough to strike. Peace be upon you, Hisham. I have done my best to balance the ledgers, but this counts shows something strange. Payments to Jerusalem's regent and William of Montferrat in Acre. I had thought this might be connected to the ransom demanded by the Crusaders for our captive brethren, but given the way that ended, peace be upon those poor souls, this seems unlikely. It also doesn't count for the deliveries to Jerusalem. But if the money was not meant for ransom, then what is its purpose? You should also know that there have been extravagant parties as of late, all held within the Merchant King's palace. This is absurd. The citizens of Damascus starve themselves to help Salah ad-Din's war efforts, but instead their money is being spent on feasts. They deeply despise the Merchant King and are powerless to stop him, which is why I write to you now. Please, say nothing to the Merchant King for now. Should he become suspicious, he will attempt to hide his misdeeds. I will contact you when I've learned more. With peace, Masuk. Yeah, Afro, it's another great moment, you know, when it also kind of like shows that you know, assassin mentor has kind of like grown fond of Edward in a way, but also thinks, you know, that he has potential to kind of like do something more with his life, you know, something that might serve a purpose that's bigger than Edward's own ambitions. And saying that it suits him, you know, would kind of like mean also that he always had that potential, of course, and Others like Mary, of course, have seen that. Thank you for clipping that, Rod. Yeah, honestly, never seen that before, I don't think. Definitely interesting.
What is that fool doing? They go against the will of God and must be made to pay. Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it is a crusade for what? Ignorance, violence, madness. We must resist. We must fight them in any way we can. Be wary, friend.
What's wrong with him?
Stop.
You must not...
Waiting. He tempts us always. Be strong. Strong like Salah-ad-Din. And take up arms against our enemies. In whatever way you can.
It definitely did. I'm gonna try to trigger that again later, I think. See if that's like supposed to happen or not. And yeah, where is he? Find out next time on AC3. I'm actually quite excited to play the entire Desmond Saga again. But I'm most excited for the Ezio games for sure, because I haven't played those in a longer time when I've played AC3 and AC1. AC3 of course I played in October for the 10-year anniversary, and then AC1 in November.
Has he lost his mind?
Where is he going? What do you want?
What's he doing that for? What is that man doing?
How odd. Praise be above Nuquod, who saved our city from certain destruction. He spent his own coin to see us fed and clothed.
Rod, in a remake of AC1 they could have Altair narrate what has been discovered. It maybe also show a flash-forward cutscene that only gets unlocked once you do all the investigations, essentially as if Altair is imagining in his mind his approach to kill the main target.
Where is Charles Lee?
Also a good way to show the player some hints as to paths they could take, but if you only do the minimum amount you don't get that at all. That would be really cool, you know. It kind of reminds me of like Arno kind of like overseeing the assassination kind of like location and kind of like seeing all the opportunities that that he has, you know. Because essentially what they have done with Unity is take kind of like opportunities that you had in AC1, for instance, you know, you had like multiple ways to kind of like do it. And kind of like point them out more towards a player that you can do that, I guess. But yeah, like getting like an entire cutscene, you know, would be really cool. Maybe even similar to like some of the investigation kind of like cutscenes in Origins and Valhalla, you know. Only that you kind of like look forward as to what could happen. Main target Charles Lee. Indeed, Seraph. It always is.
He's going to hurt himself. When he does, I won't help him.
What's wrong with him?
Praise be above Nuquod, who saved our city from certain destruction. He spent his own coin to see us fed and clothed. His men tend to the fires that we might be warm. His kindness knows no bounds. Everything we now have, we have because of him. The Merchant King provides for one and all. He asks for nothing in return. Let his generosity serve as an example to us all. Everyone should strive to be as he.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
This one's a bit tricky. Gotta chase him like this, pretty much. Of course, you can't just run through the guards there, else you get detected.
Oh, you foul little wretch!
I'll talk. I've no interest in dying for him. His coin's not worth my life.
A wise decision.
What is it you want?
I have business with the Merchant King.
Ha! Good luck with that. He rarely leaves his chambers.
Why? Is he afraid?
Not fear. Hate. He hates himself as much as he hates the people he pretends to serve. Locks himself away in his personal quarters out of shame.
He can't stay hidden forever.
No. Those celebrations of his. He comes out to speak, to look down upon the people. A sense of belonging, I suppose. However brief.
What's wrong with him that he would hide like this?
You'll see. Now let me go.
Let you go? So you can tell him of my plan?
I won't say a thing.
No, you won't.
The Merchant King would come out and speak to his people during his feast. Yeah, this guy's not gonna tell anybody ever anything.
Come back here! Coward! Here! Yeah, he's over here!
Okay, so at this point, our investigation is technically complete. However, there's still a couple more investigations we can do. 3 total. The best time to strike the Merchant King is when he addresses his guest. The moment may be brief, but it will be all I need. Absolutely, Rod. Yeah, despite a lot of criticism for the accent for Altair, you know, I really enjoy the way the actor done it, you know, and it's actually my preferred version of Altair's voice acting, I have to say. I think it really suits like the type of character that Altair is, you know.
There's nowhere to run, old man.
Nice. We can collect some flags here.
Safety and peace. You want information about the city, I suppose? Right now, I don't have time. I must find some flags which have been stolen from our cache in the rich district of Damascus. But with this heat, my legs cannot carry me anymore. Would you be kind enough to help me? Return with the flags, and I'll help you as best I can.
Okay. Where does it start, though? Huh? Ah, okay. I thought I had to climb up in the courtyard there. Never mind. I kind of forgot that the guy is like a flag symbol himself.
Go away!
Thank you. The Rafik will be happy to see these flags return. Perhaps this morsel of information will help you. I was invited by Abul to one of his lavish parties. I noticed the fountain in the middle of the Merchant King's palace could be easily climbed. Use this information wisely. Now, if you'd excuse me, I must go.
There's a fountain in the middle of the Merchant King's palace, which I could climb should the need ever arise. So that's one way to do it. However, it will kind of like expose you to the archers, which you wanna avoid. And I wanna avoid also getting into like open combat with any guards as well, even if it is like open conflict in a way, you know. Because you can still make the guards kind of like attack the civilians instead of yourself. And kind of like blend in with like the panic crowd in a way. So they won't only target you, I guess.
I'll have your head! You can't escape! Don't let him escape! Infidel die!
من المحتمل أنه هرب إلى جزء آخر من المدينة.
But Chief Ranch always getting at you to collect these flags. Right, every single time. I guess he has like a massive kind of like DedSec project going on. Ooh, a Templar. Oi. Good job hitting your own friend there.
Stand no chance. I will end your life.
I will you killed that كبر أنت تتبع طريق الضلال لن يكون ذلك عسيرا
It was a small fight. Oh, level 1.
Over here!
Get away with this one! Go!
The body dance to sign off. But that's something which could have been good in an AC game using recruits. Once you do the investigation and find like an alternate route of the best vantage points, you can then assign recruits to those positions. That's true, yeah. Like really plan out the assassination a bit more tactically as well, you know. Would be kinda cool.
What happened to you?
God curse the one who's done this. Where are you?
Hold a moment, Altair. I have a strange request, but perhaps you'll see fit to assist me. I know you seek the Merchant King's life, but there are others in this city just as cruel. Several shopkeepers in this district have taken to selling rotten meat. It's cheap for them to acquire, and they care little for the illness that it causes. Several children have already died as a result. We should not allow this injustice to continue. Would you be willing to put a stop to this?
Okay, so for these kind of missions, the detection thing is not part of it, because you will kind of like have to throw a guard into the stand. Otherwise you would do a civilian, which goes kind of like against the creed and will lose your desynchronization.
You need something?
But the thing is, even now doing it, it will kind of eventually lead to civilians dying, right? But yeah, that's it.
Infidel, you will die. I'll have your head. You will die here.
Thank you. You've saved untold lives. In return for your kindness, I'll give you a bit of information you might find useful. I overheard two of the Merchant King's servants this morning. It seems they've left some scaffolding just outside his personal quarters. You could use it to reach him that much quicker.
There's a passage leading up to the Merchant King's quarters. some servants spoke of leaving behind a scaffold just outside the Merchant King's quarters. I could use the passage they took to bring a scaffold up there. It will bring me closer to my target. Indeed. That's gonna be roughly the way I will go actually. Like on top of the main building. And try to avoid the archers as much as possible.
Who did this? I'll have your hand for that.
What is that man doing?
Die, thief!
Stop it, please! You're hurting me!
He should stop acting like a child.
Hey there, Grace. Welcome in. And good day to you.
The English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Addin rides to meet him, that these barbarous acts might be avenged. Pray that God, glorious and exalted is he, find favor with us.
Okay, we gotta find a bench here.
Victory!
I reckon this one.
Curse him! Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! They go against the will of God and must be made.
The last of it has been delivered.
Good. Make sure he also knows it wasn't easy arranging a shipment like this.
It's only wine. Some can be fickle in their faith.
Your holy book says something on the subject, I believe. Leave them that they may eat and enjoy themselves, and that hope may beguile them, for they will soon know. And never did we destroy a town that had a term made known.
What's that supposed to mean?
Never mind it. Be about your business.
As you wish.
The Merchant King is preparing for a feast. The Merchant King has received a vast quantity of wine. He's preparing for another feast. He seems unshaken with his preparations, even though the wine is prohibited by his religion. If he can ignore the laws of his prophet so easily, one can only wonder what other impious acts he will commit. But yeah, that's a point for Abu Nuquod, right? Like, he's kind of like damning his religion and his people for condemning him to be like different, you know? Which is why kind of like planning on poisoning everybody.
He may grant us victory.
Because I can't accept him for who he is. At least there's wine. Right. I'm really glad I don't have to see that dialogue this year.
You are not allowed to be here. Leave.
You will be. So you're also gonna be skipping the DLC for Odyssey then. That's definitely fair. You're still gonna play through Odyssey, the main game, right? Or will you also be skipping that one? Now that's the view. This might be the highest viewpoint in Damascus actually. Yeah, pretty sure it is. Hey Veroni, welcome in. Good morning. But you will be doing DLC this time too, but for the main game you'll be playing with only the dialogue audio. You need a clean dialogue audio to use for your overall video project you've been working on. That way if you need to edit the dialogue or change a cutscene, you can replace the audio how you see fit. I gotcha. That's definitely good. I wasn't quite sure if you meant you will be glad that you will be skipping it. Or that you will be kind of like playing it, I guess. But yeah, that's definitely fair. But yeah, it's gonna be very helpful once you get your video project together, you know? And you can kind of like watch or kind of like showcase that instead of like having to play it necessarily. Yeah, this is the assassination prepared. So we could now go ahead and trigger the assassination. However, I might have another look again at the place where the assassination will be happening. Which should be down here, I believe. Just to make sure I get like a good setup for the assassination going. What the fuck? So that can happen if you have V-Sync turned off. But you jump into a haystack and you just die. Let's give it another go. Okay, that worked.
No, you don't understand. I have nothing. There he is.
That's true, Harbinger. Jesus Christ, that woman like immediately threw a rock against me for not giving her money. Even though she just asked me for like a second or so. Like immediate rock throw. But yeah, I remember that Easter egg quite well, Harbinger, when I played for Witcher 2 some years ago. It was so funny, you know, seeing that. Kind of like a cheeky reference. Even more so since, you know, the game was called Assassins of Kings, right? But that way you can take out the whole plague on Catalonia out of the story. Phoebe mentions it after the symposium, and there's too many camera changes in the combo to skip it cleanly. Yeah. That's like a big, like a tricky thing, you know, if you wanna like properly showcase kind of like one version of the story, you know, without the game kind of like saying, no, that's actually what happened. Okay, so once we're here for the party, he's gonna stand up there. I'm gonna throw the chaos run over this way, I believe. Because there should be a way to climb up here. Right. We can go over there. I believe we can climb up here, can't we? Yeah, that works. And we can go up here. Okay, now we're on top of the building, essentially. And then we can go and jump to this beam quite easily. Which positions us exactly above him. So one way we could do it from here is we could kind of like drop down and try to kill him immediately, but we might drop on him or a guard and that would trigger open conflict, which means we will have to restart. Or we could jump over there. Drop down, then take care of the guards and then kill our target, essentially. Which I think is a safer way to do it. So I think that's roughly how we'll try to attempt this, because going from the middle statue, you have to go onto here. And then you're like immediately exposed to the archers, which might trigger a conflict. So I think the other way is kind of like the safer one.
Can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry.
You're poor and sick and hungry, Ronnie. Sounds like you need a California burrito or something. A free one. You're too happy.
Peace be upon you, Altair. How may I serve you?
I've done as asked and learned all I need to know about my prey.
Then you must share your knowledge with me.
Abu Nuquod is corrupt to the core and despised by his own citizens as a result. It appears he's been stealing money meant for the people of Damascus and spending it on himself. Even as we speak, he flaunts his greed, preparing for a lavish party. His guards and servants should have their hands full dealing with the guests. They won't even know I'm there.
Most impressive, my friend. The others said you'd make a mess of things, but not I. No, I was sure you'd come through, and come through you have. The Bureau is yours to do with as you please until you're ready to begin.
Fast forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Abu Nuquod, a corrupt man of tremendous wealth, is planning another feast today. At some stage he will speak to his guests, no doubt made drunk and stupid by his gluttony. This will be my moment. Rod, you decided to add a challenge for each AC game you do and have a very tricky one in mind for one of the games, but we'll reveal when it's time. That sounds good, dude. I'm always, you know, looking forward to see you do like barrier challenges with the AC games. And knowing you, this is gonna be an insane one for sure. Like insanely hard. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what it's gonna be. And yeah, Hippie, that's actually the same actor as Rod said. Kinda cool he was already in this game, you know. Even if he voiced like minor characters, I guess. Though, I guess there are things you can definitely consider to be more major than other characters at least. So before I go and do the assassination, let's talk to Rafik again.
Is everything all right?
Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
Only that with the Merchant King celebration about to begin, you should be there, not here. Has something gone wrong? I only ask because the Merchant King still lives. Altair, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the Merchant King is still alive. I fear we are running out of time, Altair. You should hurry to complete your mission. Time's wasting, my friend. I wouldn't want to see Al-Mualim angered further. Dispatch the Merchant King quick as you can. Time is of the essence, my friend. Be about your task. I fear we are running out of time, Altair. You should hurry to complete your mission.
Dirty thief! I'll have your hand for that!
Let go of me, I've done nothing.
Oh nice, I actually got some foreigners back. That's good.
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life!
Okay, let's find a way to get over this wall. I'm gonna take the path up there.
Should Richard take Joppa, there will be
Oh, there's a Templar. That's not good. Templars are very fast, or very quickly trigger like open conflict. They see you.
Has always been ours.
Pretty much like on a side where we like immediately start a conflict.
Must be destroyed. Praise be Salah Addin. He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake. It is our very
Leave, peasant, before I make it.
It's forbidden.
But because this game fast forwards memories, in a remake they could add extra interactions without ruining any continuity. But also make the skipping to a more recent memory as an optional thing. That's true. Yeah, they could be doing that, you know, to kind of like add as something extra for those who want to see it, and allow the option to like skip. I could actually use this for kind of like skipping cutscenes even, or something like that.
For you to be here.
You shouldn't be here. Be gone.
As a way to kind of like make it make sense for the enemies as well, and what you're doing as a user of the enemies. Controlling the simulation, similar to how you're controlling the game.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you all for joining me this evening. Please eat, drink, enjoy all the pleasures I have to offer. Take your time, I will wait. I trust everything is to your satisfaction.
Most excellent. Most excellent.
Good, good. It pleases me to see you all so happy. For these are dark days, my friends, and we must enjoy this bounty while we still can. War threatens to consume us all, Addin bravely fights for what he believes in, and you are always there to support him without question. It is your generosity that allows his campaign to continue. So, I propose a toast then, to you, my dear friend, who have brought us to where we are today. May you be given everything you deserve for it. Such kindness! I didn't think it in you. You, who have been so quick to judge me, and so cruel. Oh, do not feign ignorance. You take me for a fool. That I have not heard the words you whispered behind my back. Well, I have, and I fear I can never forget. But this is not why I called you here tonight, no. I wish to speak more of this war, and your part in it. You give up your coin quick as can be, knowing all too well it buys the deaths of thousands. You don't even know why we fight. The sanctity of the Holy Land, you'll say, or the evil inclination of our enemies. But these are lies you tell yourselves. No, all this suffering is born of fear and hate. It bothers you that they are different, just as it bothers you that I am different. Compassion, mercy, tolerance. These words mean nothing to any of you, mean nothing to those infidel invaders who ravage our land in search of gold and glory. And so I say, enough! I've pledged myself to another cause, one that will bring about a new world, in which all people might live side by side in peace. A pity none of you will live to see. Kill anyone who tries to escape.
The light is now.
Freaking hell. Why did he detect me? Because usually he shouldn't. He shouldn't be too occupied killing civilians.
I'll have your head.
Like usually you can climb up here and then they will not attack you. That's not ideal. Let me quickly rethink, like, how should I do this instead? Because so whatever you go, you're gonna have to face archers eventually. But either way, I'm gonna have to do this one. Nice and all-you-can-eat buffet. I have a wine that's truly to die for. It definitely is, yeah. We clearly copied this from AC Valhalla. Surely. I mean, Valhalla happened historically before AC1, right? So they must have copied it. Logically.
Peace be upon you, Altair. How may I serve you?
I've done as asked and learned all I need to know about my prey.
Then you must share your knowledge with me.
Abu Nuquod is corrupt to the core and despised by his own citizens as a result. It appears he's been stealing money meant for the people of Damascus and spending it on himself. Even as we speak, he flaunts his greed, preparing for a lavish party. His guards and servants should have their hands full dealing with the guests. They won't even know I'm there.
Most impressive, my friend. The others said you'd make a mess of things, but not I. No, I was sure you'd come through, and come through you have. The Bureau is yours to do with as you please until you're ready to begin.
Fast forward in memory to a more recent one.
Okay, let's try this another time. mean, this one's really tricky because I believe you can do this without getting to trigger open conflict. But because there's, you know, already like battle going on, you know, with like the archers targeting everybody, but like much more likely to target you as well. So yeah, I kind of wonder how we could do this a bit better. Because it's a tricky one, you know. You're essentially like a target of many.
Consumed the land, and thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor to die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this. The fires of war consumed the land, and thousands of lives are lost.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you all for joining me this evening. Please eat, drink, enjoy all the pleasures I have to offer. Take your time, I will wait. I trust everything is to your satisfaction.
Most excellent, most excellent.
Good, good. It pleases me to see you all so happy. For these are dark days, my friends, and we must enjoy this bounty while we still can. War threatens to consume us all. Salah ad-Din bravely fights for what he believes in, and you are always there to support him without question. It is your generosity that allows his campaign to continue. So, I propose a toast then. To you, my dear friends, who have brought us to where we are today. May you be given everything you deserve for it. Such kindness! I didn't think it in you. You, who have been so quick to judge me, and so cruel. Oh, do not feign ignorance. You take me for a fool. That I have not heard words whispered behind my hat. Well, I have, and I fear I can never forget. But this is not why I called you here tonight, no. I wish to speak more of this war, and your part in it. You give up your coin quick as can be, knowing all too well it buys the deaths of thousands. You don't even know why we fight. The sanctity of the Holy Land, you'll say, or the evil inclination of our enemies. But these are lies you tell yourselves. No, all this suffering is born of fear and hate. It bothers you that they are different, just as it bothers you that I am different. Compassion, mercy, tolerance. These words mean nothing to any of you. Mean nothing to those infidel invaders who ravage our land in search of gold and glory. And so I say, enough! I've pledged myself to another cause. One that will bring about a new world in which all people might live side by side in peace. A pity none of you will live to see it. Kill anyone who tries to escape.
You are shitting me. You're absolutely shitting me. So instead of Idea going onto the beam, he decided to jump down. What the fuck? Why? I literally did nothing wrong there, and the game was just like, nope. You're gonna jump down, and that means you're low enough for guards to see you. That's fun. Rotty may be ugly, but he puts on a great banquet. That's true. At least he does one thing right, you know?
Use throwing knives to deal with distant enemies.
I can't even remember how you went with this assassination when you did your stealth challenge a few years back. Yeah, it's a really tricky one. I do kind of think like the way I'm going is like one of the only ways to do it entirely stealthy. Not sure if there's any variation you could do.
Peace be upon you, Altair. How may I serve you?
I've done as asked and learned all I need to know about my prey.
Then you must share your knowledge with me.
Abu Nuquod is corrupt to the core and despised by his own citizens as a result. It appears he's been stealing money meant for the people of Damascus and spending it on himself. Even as we speak, he flaunts his greed, preparing for a lavish party. His guards and servants should have their hands full dealing with the guests. They won't even know I'm there.
Most impressive, my friend. The others said you'd make a mess of things, but not I. No, I was sure you'd come through, and come through you have. The Bureau is yours to do with as you please until you're ready to begin.
Fast forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Sometimes if you turn to ID's left where he starts after all hells break loose and climb up that way, sometimes the archers won't notice you, but still random chance whether they will or not you think, I gotcha. That's fair. It seems to be like no matter where you go, it's kind of like a bit random if you get detected or not. But yeah, at least I got past the first archer this time, so I could probably try to pull it off again. And if I then just jump directly to the beam, I think it should be fine. But the ironic thing is I actually wanted to go safe there by going directly to the beam, and then of course it didn't work. It's a classic.
Leave, peasant, before I make you. Tired of never finding anything.
No, please don't leave. Just a few coins.
He has found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake, it is our very existence we are fighting for. The infidel king would see us all wiped from the world. We must resist. We must push back. Be wary, friend.
Yeah, it's like I purposefully try to do the safe way and then the game decides, nope, can't do that.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you all for joining me this evening. Please eat, drink, enjoy all the pleasures I have to offer. Take your time, I will wait. I trust everything is to your satisfaction. Good, good. It pleases me to see you all so happy. For these are dark days, my friends, and we must enjoy this bounty while we still can. War threatens to consume us all, Salah-ad-Din bravely fights for what he believes in, and you are always there to support him without question. It is your generosity that allows his campaign to continue. So, I propose a toast then, to you, my dear friend, who have brought us to where we are today. May you be given everything you deserve for it. Such kindness! I didn't think it in you. You, who have been so quick to judge me, and so cruel. Oh, do not feign ignorance. You take me for a fool. But I have not heard the words you whisper behind my back. Well, I have, and I fear I can never forget. But this is not why I called you here tonight, no. I wish to speak more of this war, and your part in it. You give up your coin quick as can be, knowing all too well it buys the deaths of thousands. You don't even know why we fight. The sanctity of the Holy Land, you'll say, or the evil inclination of our enemies. But these are lies you tell yourselves. No, all this suffering is born of fear and hate. It bothers you that they are different, just as it bothers you that
I need money,
different.
sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Compassion.
Thank you. I needed to hear something outside his speech yet again.
Nothing to any of you.
Even if it is the poor woman.
Infidel invaders who ravage our land in search of gold and glory. And so I say, enough! I've pledged myself to another cause. One that will bring about a new world in which all people might live side by side.
Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
May you walk the land of the Dross. None of you will live to see it. Kill anyone who tries to escape.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Be at peace now. Their words can no longer do harm.
Why have you done this?
You stole money from those you claim to lead, sent it away for some unknown purpose. I want to know where it's gone and why.
Look at me. My very nature is an affront to the people I ruled. And these noble robes did little more than to muffle their shouts of hate.
So this is about vengeance, then?
No, not vengeance, but my conscience. How could I finance a war in service to the same god that calls me an abomination?
If you do not serve Salah-ad-Din's cause, then whose?
In time, you'll come to know them. I think perhaps you already do.
Then why hide? And why these dark deeds?
Is it so different from your own work? You take the lives of men and women, strong in the conviction that their deaths will improve the lots of those left behind. A minor evil for a greater good? We are the same.
No, we are nothing alike.
Ah, but I see it in your eyes. You doubt. You cannot stop us. We will have our new world.
Now that is what I call a stealthy assassination. Well done, Seni. True assassin unlocked. Full sync achieved.
Rod, thank you so much, dude. For the 100 bits and also for the kind words. Yeah, like my pulse was really high just now, just, you know, trying to do that stealthily. Especially once I was like on the same ground as the target. I was like, I can't fuck it up now. But yeah, such a good feeling once you get like the stealthy assassination done. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tricky one, you know, it's like already open conflict. And then you have kind of like almost random chance of like the archers spotting you. I guess you really have to be like as far away from archers as possible, like what I tried going all the way to the left there. And then of course, you know, like, there's also like a random chance of friendly fire even. Like some of the guards next to the target getting hit by archers all of a sudden. So there's like so much that can go wrong there.
Word has reached me of your success, Altair.
Abu Nuquod's reign of terror is at an end.
I'm glad to hear it.
He killed them. The men and women at his party. It was poison. A coward's tool. Blamed them for the war. Said he wished to end it.
Strange, but then again, the Merchant King was known to be a bit different. Perhaps this was simply a symptom of his madness.
Perhaps.
You sound unconvinced. Speak with Al-Mualim then. He may offer a better explanation.
Yes. We'll see what he has to say.
Fast forwarding memory to a more recent one.
These men I'm sent to kill are wicked. They profit from the war, and so I'm sent to stop them and ensure that peace returns. But then why do the Merchant King's words stick so deeply? Is it wrong for me to see a bit of truth in them? I should return to Al-Mualim that he may help me make sense of this, and crush these seeds of doubt. Yeah, not sure if Almoydom can help you there. To be entirely serious and honest.
The animus shows you are being watched by an informant.
Come, Altair. I would have news of your progress.
I've done as you've asked.
Good, good. I sense your thoughts are elsewhere. Speak your mind.
Each man I'm sent to kill speaks cryptic words to me. Each time I come to you and ask for answers. Each time you give only riddles in exchange, but no more.
Who are you to say no more?
I'm the one who does the killing. If you want it to continue, you'll speak straight with me for once.
Tread carefully, boy. I do not like your tone.
And I do not like your deception.
I have offered you a chance to restore your lost honor.
Not lost. Taken. By you. And then you've sent me to fetch it again like some damn dog.
It seems I'll need to find another. A shame. You showed great potential.
I think if you had another, you'd have sent him long ago. You said the answer to my question would arise when I no longer needed to ask it. So I will not ask. I demand you tell me what binds these men.
What you say is true. These men are connected by a blood oath not unlike our own.
Who are they?
Non nobis, domine non nobis.
Templars.
Now you see the true reach of Robert de Sade.
All of these men, leaders of cities, commanders of armies.
All pledge allegiance to his cause.
Their works are not meant to be viewed on their own, are they? But as a whole, what do they desire?
Conquest. They seek the Holy Land not in the name of God, but for themselves.
What of Richard? Salah ad-Din?
Any who oppose the Templars will be destroyed. Be assured they have the means to accomplish it.
Then they must be stopped.
That is why we do our work, Altair. To ensure a future free of such things.
Why did you hide the truth from me?
That you might pierce the veil yourself. Like any task, knowledge precedes action. Information learned is more valuable than information given. Besides, your recent behavior had not inspired much confidence.
I see.
Altair, your mission has not changed. Merely the context within which you perceive it.
And armed with this knowledge, I might better understand those Templars that remain.
Is there anything else you want to know?
What about the treasure Malik retrieved from Solomon's temple? Robert seemed desperate to have it back.
In time, Altair, all will become clear. Just as the role of the Templars has revealed itself to you, so too will the nature of their treasure. For now, take comfort in the fact that it is not in their hands, but ours.
If this is your desire.
It is. You are restored another rank. Take back your weapon. Use it to bring honor to the Brotherhood. Altair, before you go...
Yes?
How did you know I wouldn't kill you?
Truth be told, Master, I didn't. I took a leap of faith.
Yeah, this is such a cool dialogue, I think, you know. How Addin like immediately kind of like calls out Almoydom for his bullshit and deception, you know. And ironically, in front of Almoydom, you know, lies the biggest tool of deception that he has available, which is the treasure, you know. And Addin is now supposed to get comfort in the fact that the assassins have it, aka Almoydom. What he doesn't know though is that Almoydom, you know, is full of bullshit. And Addin was right in his observation that, you know, he was like deceiving, but not giving enough answers to Addin, you know, keeping him in the dark. And Almoydom kind of like gives him the truth in a way, you know, that all of these people are connected through the Templar rite. It doesn't mean it's a full truth, you know, which is that Almoydom has been one of them. Only he betrayed them. Part of a pact that was to use the apple, you know, to bring freedom across the Holy Kingdom. In control, of course. But he wants to have it all for himself. Mic drop, wo sie mehr vocals in this music, instant chills. Absolutely. I really like it in Masyaf that they added that, you know, kind of like, also kind of like the importance, I guess, of woman for the garden as well, you know, that's like just behind the castle. Red Line 2? Yeah. Yeah, I think the dialogue writing in this game is still one of the best in the series. For sure. It's quite different to all the other games for sure, but yeah, I really like the philosophical nature of it.
Give your enemy an opening and send you to an early death.
Okay, so before we go to the next assassination, which will be in Jerusalem, we will actually go and watch some videos, because one thing I want to do, of course, this year again is showcasing behind the scenes and making of videos. Last year I watched it kind of like in preparation for the game before starting it, and sometimes like in between, but this year I want to do it like not directly at the start, but rather play like a little bit of the game and then kind of like showcase, so we have like a bit more of like a, you know, kind of like comparison, I guess, between the finished product and kind of like how it was in development stage.
Let nothing distract you.
And yeah, there's like 2 videos I want to showcase. One is a video from the 2006 E3 presentation of Assassin's Creed, like the first look people had of a game ever. And then we're gonna watch like proper behind the scenes, kind of like visiting Ubisoft Montreal. And yeah, kind of like getting introduced into the ideas, you know, like how they got the idea for the game in the first place and how they tried to realize the time period.
Draw another blade. Ensure your first attack is also your last.
Ensure your first attack is also the last. I mean, you could also understand that as in, you know, if I die after my first attack, then that's fine. No worries, Ronnie. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good day. And yeah, we will definitely catch you next time. And for those of you who haven't checked out Ronnie's channel before, definitely consider doing so. He's another massive fan of Assassin's Creed as well. He's also been playing lots of other narrative games like Rockstar games, the Spider-Man games as well. He's currently playing that actually with a remastered version. Just recently finished the main story and is now working on the DLC and kind of like extra content. And he's also a big fan of first-person shooters like Titanfall 2 as well. No worries, Rod. Thank you for trying. Either way, it's the last attack. Exactly. And that's the important thing here, isn't it? But yeah, let me go ahead and tap out of the game here. And then we're gonna have a look at this behind the scenes stuff. Okay, let me add window capture here. Okay. There we go. So we're gonna start with the Assassin's Creed demonstration at oh, never mind, it was Microsoft X06. Interesting. I thought it was the E3. But yeah, let's have a look at this first kind of like look at Assassin's Creed 1 year before it got released.
Live for the very first time running on the Xbox 360. Now, not only is this the very first time we're showing the game on the Xbox, it's actually the first time we're doing a live public demo. So,
Citizen!
You may notice a bit of popping, maybe a couple glitches. It's a work in progress. Stay with us because what you're really going to notice, most of all, is brand new gameplay designed for the next gen. You play Altair, a master assassin,
Okay, gonna pause real quick because I wanna point out also some differences. Like, riding into the city wasn't actually an option in the final game. I think it was also because maybe it wasn't too smooth, you know, because obviously you can see how it's a bit rough, like walking through the crowds and stuff. But also it's like for performance reasons, because that's one of the very reasons they also didn't include it in AC2. And even in AC Brotherhood, you know, had features like you could only run or kind of like gallop if you had an SSD. And that's still the case. Like, if you don't have an SSD, then you can't gallop with a horse in kind of like cities or around cities. And yeah, that's like one thing that they kind of like put out of the game, right? For kind of like performance reasons. And hey there, Aura, again, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Prince of Persia: The Sense of Time. Indeed. Yeah, the precursor game to this one. And absolutely, like, Jade Raymond, who's currently talking, she's like such a big figure for Assassin's Creed. Really helped kind of like, you know, make it as successful as it has been. I think the last game that she worked on in Assassin's Creed was Unity, actually. Where she was like majorly involved as a producer. I could be wrong though. Did I finish the game already? I haven't. No, we're about halfway through at this point. We just took care of target number 5. So we got 4 more to go. But you'll be doing a 20th anniversary for Sense of Time this year too? Nice. That's gonna be cool. Yeah, doesn't she even have like her own studio at Microsoft or something? But I know she's like working on some form of like secret project apparently. And I also have seen that like other Ubisoft Montreal developers who have actually left Ubisoft apparently also have been joining that special secret project or something that she's working on. So I'm kind of like looking forward to see what it might, you know, be. Maybe a game that's, you know, focused on parkour and social stuff. That would be something new. It wouldn't have any competition in nowadays Assassin's Creed, at least. Exactly, Aura. Yeah, I figured I could showcase some of the behind-the-scenes stuff for like an intermission. You would love it if it were, because it might give Ubisoft a bit of fire under them. Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that whatsoever. But yeah, let's keep on watching here.
Okay, let's get off the horse now and backtrack a bit. Let's go down into the alley to the left. What you're going to see now as we turn the corner is one of the main focuses that the team has had, and it's a promise of next-gen games, really. It's crowd. So you're not only going to see hundreds of NPCs in crowded streets like this, but they're all going to react in their own individual way to what you're doing. If you push them around like that, they may not like it. And it may not be a good idea to do that if you're near your target and you don't want to be seen. But let's just get them out of the way. We're kind of in a hurry. I don't want to waste your time. And let's run up to this building. And now we can show you one of our second main focuses, which is freedom. We place the player in complete control of the environment. Just like if you guys are familiar with le parcours or free running, basically you can go anywhere. So any architectural detail like you're seeing right now is interactive. Let's turn around though, I hear some people yelling. So while climbing the building is fun and you can do it, it may again not be the best thing to do if you want to approach unseen. So let's look around a little bit. This is the town of Acre. We modeled this based on historical documents from the period of the Third Crusade. And again, everything is interactive. There is no level design path. Actually, if you can back up, we can maybe show them another path. So we really want to give the player an ability to express themselves. And you can see that his stuff there decided to swing under. He could have stepped.
Did you like the wows in the background? You know, like, that was actually revolutionary at the time, you know, like getting that amount of freedom in like movement, you know. There were like very little games that allowed for that kind of like gameplay, especially in this kind of like game, you know. So yeah, that was so cool. Like back then, seeing, you know, how that was like a big focus of the game, the traversal with parkour. Exactly, Rod. You know, rub it in their face. I'm gonna push everyone out of the way if you want our aura. That's like the best activity anyways, you know, it's like pushing people around. End of rooftops. Hey, the waffle, welcome in. Hope you had a good nap. Hope you're feeling a little bit better too. Hey, the Jeremy, welcome in. Good evening to you as well. Thanks for joining. It had such a fresh perspective of what 3D platformers could achieve. Absolutely. Yeah, and it's still like one of my absolute favorite features of this series, like the focus on parkour.
And that's exactly the kind of thing you'll be excited to compare with your friends on Xbox Live through achievements. But now that we've shown the character a little bit, let's get down to our main business, which is finding William. Right now, we're using our intuition to scan the crowd below. We can understand who in the crowd is for or against us, and most importantly, right now, it'll help us pinpoint our target. So I think it's that guy over there. Okay, there are multiple ways we could do this. We could blast down full speed, high profile, but what I'd like you to do this time is go slowly. We're going to show off something that we call social stealth. So this is an idea that you're not hidden when you're in shadows or light. You're hidden when you're doing things that are socially acceptable. And some people have noticed it here, but we're going to use these most. We've done some helping missions to let them out, so they're going to let us blend in. And this way we can approach our target without attracting too much attention. I think now is a good time to branch off. Let's walk up slowly before they realize what's going on. Moment of assassination. After this, full chaos breaks out. Now you want to escape as quickly as possible. The crowd becomes dynamic obstacles, and the feeling is very much like American football. You really could get knocked over if you run full force into someone. So we're going to stay to the right here, and let's head towards the exit. Are we being...
You see the vote there? Funnily enough, that's actually not how voting could work nowadays. You have kind of like the like condition that you have to have done a menu jump before, but it clearly shows how voting was initially planned as like a regular kind of like B button move or something, you know? So it's still there in like some form, but it's not like that you can trigger it from the ground just like that. Would be kind of cool if it did, you know, and if they kind of like kept it even in the Ezio games. But yeah, pretty cool. Or I think that's the target right there. Yeah, the one glowing. It might be. Indeed, social stealth. It's kind of cool that they try to showcase that immediately. You know, it's really like the pillars of Assassin's Creed here. You know, parkour, social stealth, assassinations. Jeremy, you just have a few flags to pick up in order to 100% this game. You've just been too lazy and playing other games to finish collecting them. That's fair. I mean, it's also like such a time-intensive process. You know, and there's so damn many, especially in the kingdom. It's like absolutely insane. I couldn't do it without a guide, to be honest, to collect all of the flags. I kind of started doing it without a guide, but then it just took me hours upon hours trying to collect like the last 2 flags or so for one district. That would be kind of cool, Rod, you know, if they would do that. Because you could get like so much insight into like how the development also worked, you know. There's somebody like Jade talking over it. Yeah, I'm not sure if Patrice is like too willing to kind of like go back and go down memory lane, I guess, you know, because with Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed, there's lots of positive memories for him, but also like lots of negatives. And especially with his history, of course, with Ubisoft rather, I should say. But yeah, I would love to see it, you know. There was a video a while ago, like half an hour maybe, where he reacted to AC2 gameplay, which was pretty cool. But I'm not sure if he's would be up for, you know, commenting like an entire playthrough or something. But yeah, he's we're gonna see more of him in the next video actually, after this one.
I can't talk about what's on the screen now behind me, but what I do want to say is I hope you enjoyed this demo, and if you did, then we can't wait to show you what we have cooking back at the development studio in Montreal. Thank you, everyone.
Kind of cool they ended it with, you know, a death. And as if you actually notice, then Altair only took like one actual hit on his body, and that was enough to kill him. Yeah, exactly, you know. I think in a way it's there, you know, kind of like the thought that you can't take any damage. Because to reach perfect synchronization, right, you have to have all your synchronization bars full at all times. Which kind of like means that Altair technically didn't get hit when he was doing his assassinations and missions. So technically, if you would treat it like that, you know, you could do like a playthrough where you really can't be hit in order to reach like full sync with Altair. But it would be insane. I never would do that. But the one hit dead would be an interesting way to kind of like not having to redo the entire playthrough, but rather have the consequence like immediately, you know. I would actually be in favor of a mod where that would kind of like be the case, or maybe like a, you know, kind of like a game mode provided by Ubisoft, where you can only take one hit and that's it. You're lethal, but you also die very quickly. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I can also try to see if I can find that video and post that in chat later. For now though, let's have a look at the actual making of behind the scene video now for Ubisoft Montreal, Patrice Désilets and his development team. It's a bit of a longer one, about 17 minutes, and I won't talk over this one, but I still be in chat commenting and stuff. Unfortunately, we're dead. Yeah, I think it's good to actually showcase that, you know, that it wasn't like entire success. Kind of like makes it seem also as if the game wasn't like too easy to play. Yeah, there he is, Patrice Désilets.
We're here in Montreal at Ubisoft, and I'm Patrice Désilets, the creative director of Assassin's Creed. We're gonna go with the team and show you what we're doing. So hope you enjoy it. Come on. So guys, before we go and check out the team and what I do for a living, let's talk about the game I'm making with these guys called Assassin's Creed. The game Assassin's Creed will be out this fall. We've been working on it since 2004, so almost 4 years. It's been a while. The backstory of Assassin is an historical setting. We recreated the Holy Land, so Palestine, Israel, and that setting in 1191, which is the medieval time during the Third Crusade. And you play an assassin, Altair, who's part of that brotherhood of open-minded people, let's say. And you have tasks that your leader, Al-Mualim, asked you to do because you weren't a really good assassin and now you have to redeem yourself by killing 9 targets. My favorite aspect of the game is that I can play Altair or the assassin the way I want. If I want to be really calm and low profile in the world, I can do it. And then when it's time to be badass and fight, I can just switch and now be that really action-packed character. You're the co-creator of the experience, let's say. That game is made by around 150, between 150 and 200 people. So we're gonna go and check all the teams. There's like around 10 different teams, all separated by feature. So let's go, guys. This is the Hollywood team. They're responsible for making the cinematic moments in the game. Right here you have the leader of the team, Fred.
Hi guys.
And you have Dan, the director of the camera and shot. Before each target there's like a presentation of the target. And they're in charge of making those scenes. So at first the game looks like this, right? It's all in gray and not a lot of color. And then when you put everything together, you got this, which is the real thing. So there's a lot of imagination going on at first. This is that. They're called cinematic moments or must-see cinematic. And you have control over your character, so you're watching a scene, but you're also playing it. The gameplay here is basically to be actor.
Most of the time you're in the crowd looking at the scene and seeing who's the target and what he does. And after that you can like study him, and after that you can kill him by studying his movement, his behavior.
Vous êtes aussi subtil que 2 éléphants dans une... Is that cool? What? It's all about love. Okay, so now we just saw the Hollywood team. We're gonna go see the Kingdom team who are responsible for the Kingdom part, which is like traveling around cities, but also tutorials. Let's go. See, this is all the collision of a map. So, see, this is the graphic, and this is what the computer is really like processing. And then when you put the visual on it, it's quite different. So I think it's pretty cool. Like, this is not what you see when you play, but this is actually what's going on for real. So Matt here is a level designer, and his job is to put all those points and make sure that it makes sense and it's in a linear fashion without being so linear. So it's not easy to do, but he's got great tools to do so. Right now we're going to go and talk with the lead level designer and one of the level designer about crowds, how they manage to put those 100+ NPCs in the map, and how we do our thing. Okay, follow me. David here, David Chateauneuf, lead level designer. He's going to approve the work of Malik. So how it works, it's pretty much like we do a blueprint, right? Like level designers, the script writers and everything, we sit down for 3 weeks. Lead level designer make an Excel sheet of all the ingredients, and then level designer take those ingredients and put that in the engine, in the editor, green lines there. This is where the crowd gonna walk around, and they're using those crowd flow. And then we play, test it, but it's really a long process until we've got what we play, basically. So thanks guys, I don't want to disturb you much more than that. Sorry. It's because I got, that was the handshake of the assassins. And the other day, one of the guys had like, how do you call that, a ring, and he hurt me. So now each time I'm doing the assassin handshake, I hurt myself. Anyway. Everybody does. It's like this.
And the explosion is important at the end. The explosion is like
really important.
Everything's like all the emotion.
Now we can do it in slow motion. let's talk about the main character. We make sure that it's accessible and playable by everyone, and that's what we're talking about with Philippe Dion, who's the blog designer for the city team.
Everything is interactive, so you can jump on everything that you see, you can climb, and you have also a lot of gameplay on walls. The same thing with beams, with awnings, with architecture elements.
There's a lot of like automatization in the character. It's not like the player has to press every single time.
So right now you see that all the yellow lines, like I don't know if you can see it.
He has detected this white box. That means that from here you can jump in that box. Basically, do I have a white box in my yellow one? Yes. Then I can jump if the A button is pressed.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna go and see the same type of thing, but for the fight. An Englishman in Montreal. How do we choose to fight moves and sequence?
Alex wanted everything to flow well together. Originally we had a very overcomplicated system, so we simplified it down so you were coming in like up right directions, up left directions, and so everything flowed really well together.
With Assassin and with Altair, you can really feel the weight, and that, yes, he's got really cool move, but it feels real.
There's no real, swinging around. It's all realistic.
Yes,
but it's interesting.
Yeah. And the violence is real too.
Yes.
It's some way it's portrayed. It's like you feel the blade coming in, and you feel like he's stuck a little bit, and you feel like the guy receiving the blow a little bit jiggy sometimes.
And the real fun comes with doing some of the kill moves as well. Because we have to be realistic, brutal, and there's moves that even make me cringe.
It's all about openings also. Us, we wanted like ping, 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 and then a final blow, and this is when you go inside the body and the guy's dead.
Yeah.
So that was the real challenge, to make it playable, fun, and...
That's the hard thing, is making a realistic game fun. But I think we've nailed it.
Okay guys, I think you've seen enough. It's time to get out of here. Hi everyone, my name is Patrice Desilets and I'm the creative director of Assassin's Creed. Today I'm here to talk to you about freedom. Right from the beginning of conception on how we would do a next generation game, it was really important that the player could go anywhere and interact with everything. In Assassin's Creed, you can experience your freedom in 3 big cities: Jerusalem, Acre, and Damascus. And you have a big kingdom to travel between all those 3 cities. The way we did our cities was basically to have a lot of blocks that are already with its own gameplay. So we have buildings where everything is interactive and it works, but also we have other ingredients that the character can interact with that are all architecture elements. So there's some beams, there's some poles. Merchant stand are also interactive. So it's a bunch of different ingredients that are all historically accurate that you put together and you build a city. And you don't even realize that it's all level design ingredients, since they're all in the art direction. The social aspect of our game is using common sense or organic design. So if you start bumping people around in real life, you'll probably have some cops after you. It's the same thing in our game. If you start running and use your tackle move, after a while some soldiers will come and they will try to arrest you. But you have some blades, and we'll see what happens after that. So everything you can do with your freedom is basically driving the story forward. In a sense, our big sandbox is more like a flower box in which everything is well placed to experience your freedom in a narrative structure. Here at the entrance of Garnier Mission, you have the guard post, and you have a choice. Do I get in by fighting, like killing all the guards in front of me, or I can climb the entrance walls and then do some acrobatics to pass by the guards, or I can use the monks that I freed just before that and enter without being noticed. So just to summarize, you are Altair, the master assassin of the Third Crusade, and you can play that character the way you want it to be played and create your own experience.
Hey, my name is Jade Raymond, and I'm the producer on Assassin's Creed. One of our main objectives was to, of course, make the art direction as realistic and as close to the historical references that we found. But the difficulty about, having a subject where guys walk around in armor and look like knights and stuff like that is that it tends to be associated with fantasy. And one of the important things to us was making sure that the game and the feeling and the location was really relevant to people. So we played with taking these historical cities, like the ones that I was describing in the story, Jerusalem, Damascus, and Acre, and all of the countryside and the kingdom, and thought, how can we give this a treatment that feels cool and feels like something that we'd be interested in watching for 40 hours as we play. Now, we've made a huge kingdom, 3 huge cities, and it could easily get repetitive, and we didn't want that to happen. These cities in medieval times were bustling with all kinds of people, all walks of life. You have to have the poor citizens, you have to have the rich class, you have to have the merchants. These cities are being controlled mostly by the military, and basically this amounts to a whole lot of characters to create. But we have over 300 different characters to create, and that's just the completely unique versions. On top of that, we wanted to make sure that when you're going through these cities, you don't see the same person a bunch of times. So a big focus for the team was the crowd, and basically we had to put a lot of energy not only into the gameplay, but how they look. And that means that the art director and the whole art team had to put a lot of time into thinking how we would make this crowd interesting. We invented this all brand new character based on the assassins, but we also wanted to give him a look and personality all of his own. So the first reflection was, in terms of gameplay, our core gameplay loop, what is the assassin doing most of the time? Well, what you're doing is you're investigating, so you're mapping out your territory, really trying to pinpoint and locate your prey, and then once you focus in on your prey, you go in quickly for the kill, and then you get out of there. And when we thought of what you're doing most of the time as an assassin, it made us think of a bird of prey. So that became the inspiration for Altair. And in fact, Altair means flying eagle, or the flyer in Arabic. If you notice, he's wearing a hood which has a little point in the front, and he has a robe that kind of splits out on the sides, and when he's in movement the sides flip up, and if you were to look at a shadow cast from the side of him, you'd get the angle of the point of the hood and then the sides of the skirt flapping up, and you'd get the shadow of an eagle. So Altair really is the bird of prey. Okay, so Assassin's Creed takes place during the Third Crusade. The exact year is 1191. You play Altair, a master assassin who is a member of the original clan of assassins. Actually, the term assassin comes from this clan. They were called the Hashashin, which is thought to be maybe followers of Hassan, the old man of the mountain, the guy who started up this clan, maybe users of hashish. Your mission is to track down, find, and take out 9 key guys who are architecting the Crusades, actually making the war and the population suffer and making it bad for everyone. So you've got to hunt these guys down and take them out. We've recreated all of the Holy Land, so a huge kingdom that includes all of the major cities as they existed back then, recreated exactly as they were in the year 1191. We worked with a historian to find all of the reference material. And the guys that you take out are actually historical figures who died during the year 1191. Maybe not killed by assassins, but they could have been. You start out basically in Masyaf, which is the base in Syria that the assassins used there. And you go down and explore basically the whole kingdom. There's Acre, there's Damascus, there's Jerusalem. Probably most people have heard of Jerusalem. Acre is the city at the time that Richard the Lionheart had recently taken over. It's right by the water.
And Damascus is a city that was more or less the whole time controlled by the Saracens. So that's more traditional Arabic style. And throughout these places, you're going to find these key guys and assassinate them. As you do so, you're also going to find out that there's a little bit more that they were up to beyond just profiting from the war. There's actually a conspiracy that you'll uncover, and it has implications all the way to the modern day. But I can't necessarily tell you more, otherwise I'd ruin the surprise. So you have to play the game to find out. So one little thing about the assassins you may want to know before you try and join up to their modern day counterparts is that there's a little sacrifice that's required. And if you look at Altair's main weapon, which is his hidden dagger right here, you're going to notice something in detail that he has a finger missing. And so there's part of the initiation ceremony when you make the transition from novice to assassin that is ready to go out and actually complete his missions. You have this very dramatic experience where a finger is cut off and the hidden dagger is installed. And that is there because most of the assassinations have to be done within the crowd in full view, and you can't be walking around with a whole bunch of obvious weapons if you're going to assassinate people in that context. So it's a sacrifice they were willing to make.
And yeah, that is the behind the scenes for AC1. Pretty cool. It would have been kind of cool if you would have seen, you know, the ritual in AC1 of how to get the hidden blade. But it's cool that it is like featured in, you know, the later games reference, and then of course also shown in the AC movie even. But yeah, of course at some point the finger hadn't had to be sacrificed anymore, because Addin actually kind of like changed the way it worked, so a sacrifice wasn't necessary anymore. But some brotherhoods still kind of like kept that tradition, like the Spanish one. And cheers, Rod, thank you for sharing that. Indeed, yeah, that trailer I actually showcased before we started our playthrough of AC1. I kind of like had a look at all the trailers that have been released. That's something I'm gonna be doing for the other games too, kind of like watch all the trailers before we start the playthrough. But all the behind the scenes stuff I would do like in between the gameplay sessions. But yeah, that's a really cool one, you know. What I also love in that trailer is how you can see the kind of like reflection of Addin in one of the cups that the Templars are holding. But the trailers in general for AC1 were really on point. Exactly, Seraph. Ubisoft is Templar controlled. We already have foreshadowed that in Black Flag Riot with Modern Day. Let me actually see if I can find the video that I talked about earlier with Patrice Désilets and AC2. Ah yeah, it's actually a 1-hour session called Devs Play. It's kind of like a format where they invite the game developers for games and then let them play those that they worked on. And this one is for Assassin's Creed 2. So if you want to see more of Patrice Désilets from like 7 years ago. So that's how many years? About 7 after AC2 launched. Then definitely go and check that out, because it's a really good one and it's cool kind of like hearing his impact on AC in general. But yeah, for now that shall be it for the videos we will be watching today. Let's go and head back into the game. Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued to see what Mirage will end up being like, you know. I feel there's definitely a chance to come back to like what AC has been. But at the same time, there's also a big chance for it to be, you know, a massive undertaking that they won't quite, you know, fulfill. But I hope for the best, you know, for sure. I want an old school AC game to succeed for sure. But isn't it crazy that AC1 still is so inaccessible to lots of players, especially if you're like playing on PlayStation? If you have like a laptop Aura, you know, then you might be able to play it too, because AC1 really isn't that demanding and you can play it on pretty much any kind of like system nowadays that's running Windows. But yeah, definitely worth it. And really why they are getting people to play is to find out how modern assassins will act. Exactly, they're basically doing like a big study on the players. No worries, Rod. More than happy to share that. I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it. You have a shit laptop? I did too, like a couple years ago, and I still could run the game. So there's a chance that you might be able to do it. But yeah, it might be worth a try. You can usually pick up AC1 for like $2 to $3 on GOG every couple weeks. Which is definitely the version I would recommend because it's DRM free.
Use the scholars you have rescued to pass unnoticed.
Alright, back in Jerusalem for the next assassination. The last one of this memory block too.
Safety and peace, Malik.
Word that the city was possessed of either. Why do you trouble me today?
Al-Mualim has marked Majd for death. What can you tell me about him?
Salah ad-Din's absence has left the city without a proper leader, and Majd has appointed himself to play the part. Fear and intimidation get him what he wants. He has no true claim to the position.
That ends today.
You speak too readily. This is not some slaver we're discussing. He rules Jerusalem and is well protected because of it. I suggest you plan your attack carefully. Get to better know your prey.
With your help, I will. Where would you have me begin my search?
What's this? You're actually asking for my assistance instead of demanding it. I'm impressed.
Be out with it.
As you wish. Here's where I would look. First, to the southwest near the mosque. After that, head south of here. There are 2 locations that might interest you. The southernmost church is one, the other is in the streets, near a synagogue.
Thank you for your help, Dai.
Don't foul this, Altair.
Okay, let's check a first small dialogue.
Have nothing more to say to you. Attend to your task. Maybe you want those poor people to be executed. Because that's what will happen if you don't leave now. Does this look like the site of an execution? Get to work. Do you need something? Is that why you remain standing before me? Maybe you want those poor people to be executed. Because that's what will happen if you don't leave now.
If you don't leave now. Oh yeah, he's so good, Rod. He's actually, I would say, hands down one of my favorite voice actors in this series. I just love his voice in general and the way he plays, especially Malik. But I think he's also done a great job as Suleiman too, you know. Bit of a shame that he didn't work on more AC games. Hopefully they can make it happen again in the future.
You're hurting me. Follow a false god. I'll have your. Why are you doing this? Don't hurt me, please. Heretic.
That's true, yeah. It definitely comes across as somebody who's very thoughtful, you know. Oh damn, there's only 6 viewpoints in this area.
Please, anyone! Spend your time teaching filth, blasphemy! Please, I've done nothing wrong! Why are you spend your time teaching filth, blasphemy?
A few coins.
Heretic!
All I ask is for a few coins.
Spend your
I bet you really don't like me.
I found him! He's here! Get away from me! ولكنك لن تستطيع سأنال منك أيها المرتد
After him! Faster!
Ouch. If I'm alone, Leonardo, come on. No kidding. Just stop it. Can I leave a put citizen saving tasks back in Unity and Syndicate? That's true. Yeah, I do kind of like these crowd events, you know, they also helped keep the game a bit more dynamic. No kidding. The Spartacus would definitely be helpful on top of the rooftops here.
Altair, I meant to meet a contact nearby, but the guards seem to have it in for me. Every time I leave here, I'm attacked and forced to flee. I'm simply not the fighter I once was. Would you be willing to see me safely to my destination?
I beg of you, just a few coins, please. Oh, please, can't you spare something? Oh, may God have mercy.
Your life ends now.
Can't take much more of this!
I'll have your head!
Altair!
Are you a friend of mine? No? So get away.
We must resist! We must fight them in any way we can! I stand before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next. Pay for your sins!
Can't take much more of this!
Go away! God Almighty!
Good. I should be safe here. They won't dare spill blood in front of a holy place. In the chaos, I managed to grab this from one of the guards. Perhaps it'll be of use to you.
I beg of you, just a few coins.
Acquired a map detailing the position of Mashtadin guards. I found a map detailing the location of the guards attending today's execution. This will make things much easier. Indeed. That's true aura. Yeah, it's definitely satisfying. and those double assassinations too. That's what you say on the bus all the time, right? It's like, don't get close to me. Hey there, Gigi. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. How's it going? I hope you're having a good start into the day so far. Heck. Idea just started off there.
South comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Salah-ad-Din rides to meet him, that these barbarous acts might be avenged. Pray that God, glorious...
Or that NPC who said go away made you think of someone you knew who would said go away just like that. I realize now it's because he and his older brother played the game and he picked it up from it. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's always funny, you know, when you have like these random realizations.
Seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor to die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in.
Geek, you have a snow day today, so you stepped in and just woke up, enjoying your coffee for a bit before you get some stuff done around the house. That sounds good.
Be wary, friends. The shaitan is...
Sounds very good. Some coffee to start it. I honestly wouldn't mind some snow because everyone else in Germany has gotten one these past days, it seems. Except for me. We just have 0 degrees Celsius and rain, pretty much.
Oh dear. What is he doing?
Did you see the order? He wants us to repair a stage for another execution today.
It's the one at the western edge of Solomon's temple. I was on my way just now.
So much death.
Worried that our true leader might return and bring a measure of justice to this city.
Yes, and not this mockery Majd Addin parades before us.
How? How does something like this happen?
Everyone appointed in Salah-ad-Din's stead is met with an untimely end. And now the position falls to him. He, who was once nothing more than the Emir's scribe.
How convenient. It would not surprise me to learn he was behind these accidents.
Shh! If the guards hear us, we'll be taken for treason. Executed on the very platform we have to repair. Come, let us return to work.
Quiet map showing the position of the execution plaza. Majd Addin is rumored to have reached his position through nefarious means. These rumors are likely true, as those preceded him in the position all met with mysterious and untimely ends. The man from whom I learned this carried a map detailing today's execution. It will occur near the western edge of Solomon's temple. So that's right here, I believe. Let's actually go back to the bureau because I want to see if there's any new dialogue that unlocked with Malik here. Now that I've done 2 investigations. I can't start the assassination yet, so it's a good time to check if there's any new lines that he might say. Yeah, extremely rude. You made me some snow. Please do, Gigi. enough for, you know, at least my environment. Hey, the viewer, welcome in. Good morning.
And thousands of lives are lost in its defense. You are in the tragedy. But I say, this is an honor to die. That will cost you your life. Fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory.
Yeah, in a way they did, Aura. You know, since you kind of like find different opportunities. You don't really investigate them before the assassination necessarily, I guess, but yeah, once you kind of like get to the place of assassination, you get all these different opportunities. So in a way it's still similar to AC1 in that regard.
Altair, is your work done?
No, not yet.
Then get out of here and get to it!
Amazing. That's the dialogue we came back to. Him yelling at us.
Why do you choose to pester me?
Because I like you, Malik.
Al-Mualim should know about this. I wonder what he'll think. You have an assassination to attend to, yet instead you choose to trouble me. Still here? Are you interested in a staring contest then?
Yes. Let's do a staring contest.
Perhaps you are confused. This is a bureau. Your target is at an execution. I'll let you figure out what that means. I would think you'd have more productive uses for your time, but perhaps I am mistaken.
Nope, that's the most productive time I can spend today.
Still here? Are you interested in a staring contest then?
Yeah, I mean for sure, Aura. You know, AC1 is still such an important game. Really like the foundation for everything. And not only like as a game, but also like the history of the assassins, you know. Which of course this game is very closely tied to.
Tell me, please. You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life.
But you like how the game would remind you what you need to do unless you go back to speak with Rafik. Yeah, and it's another thing that also really works well with the no HUD thing, you know, kind of like knowing what stage you're in currently without having to look into the menu or anything. Also pretty cool when you have the first kind of like dialogue with Rafik, because they will actually tell you the directions and even point towards where you have to go, which matches with the actual direction you have to go to in game.
Won't anyone help me?
Thief! You are filth!
Please, sir, have any money? I need food.
No, you must not trespass here.
Go!
There will be no stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür. I've done nothing wrong.
Exactly, Fear. I love all of these random sound bits from NPCs.
You are not supposed to be here. Leave.
Oh, you. Nice, we got an eavesdrop opportunity.
You are not allowed to be here. Please.
Just gotta find a bench.
I am sorry, Ahmad. They came without warning.
My son? They have my son? What is to be done with him?
We did everything we could.
What is to be done with him?
He's to be executed. Today.
No, I won't allow it.
But what can we do? Majd will hear no appeals. He says there can be no barter with God's will.
This is not God's will, but madness. I'll go to him myself. Where is he?
He will attend the execution. Perform it even. He enjoys the act. Truly evil man.
We have no time to lose then. Let's go.
Majd is performing an execution today. It seems there is to be an execution today, and Majd will be in attendance. In fact, he will be performing it himself. I should endeavor to learn where this morbid event is to take place. As for the other one, it was thief, you are filth, or was filth in there twice, or thief in there twice. I always hear it different every time. Yeah, it's thief, you are filth. You're not allowed to be here. Leave, idea, make me. No kidding. It's not gonna be so easy to get idea to leave. Was a Korn just now? Freak on the Leash is a great song. Absolutely. I do love me some Korn. Could be wrong, but I think that song is also in one of the Guitar Hero games, I believe. But you still want to see an AC game that takes some time at the start of the game to cover the creed and the tenets more closely. Start with the assassin in training when they're a child and being taught the philosophy behind what the assassins do and stand for. Then fast forward to when the Order and the tutorial kicks in to work on basic skills. But also the ability, if you choose to speak to the assassin, giving you lessons after the basics are learned, if you want to learn more advanced stuff. Yeah, I would really love for another AC game to really like dive deeper into the Brotherhood and how they operate, you know. And have like a closer relationship to your mentors and stuff for sure. And really like put you more in the shoes of a novice instead of just skipping the part and you become like a master assassin immediately, you know. You hear different variation every time if you're... I mean, that's understandable, you know, considering how similar the words sound. Yeah, Aura. I love all the Guitar Hero games so much. And any kind of like game of that kind of like style. Like rhythm games in general. Oh, look at that, a Templar.
All I ask is for a few
But their assassination didn't quite work out. Ah, nice Aura. Yeah, it's really cool with World Tour how they allowed you to be like an entire band, you know, not just have two guitars, but do like even drums in addition to the mic. I've always wanted to get a drum set, but they can be quite expensive sometimes.
Must be out of his mind.
I'll have your hand for that. No, you don't understand. I have nothing. I'm so hungry.
You are not allowed to be here. Leave.
That's true, Misery Business by Paramore. I quite enjoy that song too. I thought in general that World 2 had a really good selection. I didn't love it all, but there were some really good songs in there.
Than one who turns his back on the law. For the law was given to us by God. Glorious and exalted is he. To defy it is to disrespect him. And there is no greater evil than this. Majd understands. He works to cast out the wicked among us, that we may live righteous lives. There is no harm in naming them. Those among you who defy the law. We are nothing without our faith, without its rules and its direction. To defy it is to defy the one who leads us. Such behavior cannot be allowed.
That's true as well, Levy. Would have to get like 2 drum sets, I guess. So you could both play at the same time. Or we just have to fight it out, you know. Which means you will get the drums every time. Okay, so I gotta make sure not to attack this guy while the guards are nearby. So we're still gonna chase him a while longer here. Hopefully he goes to a secluded spot eventually. Might work actually.
How dare you! It's nonsense. They should not be participating. Master the Mashatu. I'll teach you to be fighting. Is it the fight you are?
Jesus.
This won't be too difficult.
Yeah, Addin, can you actually hit? Thank you.
Enough! I still breathe, so you must desire more than just my life. What is it?
You know Majd well?
Better than most.
He seems a bit too righteous. Is the law really so important to him?
What do you think?
I think he hides something, and I think you'll tell me what it is.
It's a veil. All of it. Men like me, we are meant to scare, fill the people with fear. The ones he kills, not criminals, but dangerous, all the same.
Dangerous to who?
His plans. Their plans. Yes, he speaks of others. Those he works with. Works for, perhaps. I am uncertain. They need the city, though. Controlling it is important to them.
Why?
You'll have to ask him yourself. Attend one of his executions. It's when he's most talkative, addressing the crowd, hands covered in blood.
Then we are done.
Fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this.
Ah yeah, when you're most talkative during an execution. Relatable. Majd seems to have goats of his own, separate from those of his leader, Salah Addin. He's executing innocent people, labeling them enemies of his city. There seems to be no method to his madness, and so now fear grips Jerusalem. No one knows when he or she might be dragged before his blade. Is he simply drunk with power, or is there some greater purpose I've yet to find? Well, to be honest with this guy, it's more like that he's drunk of power, you know. There's like no greater motive than himself. Which actually separates him from all the other Templars we've killed so far. He's definitely one of the more self-serving kind of like Templars. And that's definitely fair, Aura. To be fair, when I started learning drums, it also took me a good while to kind of get the coordination down. Because I wasn't really used to like using, you know, all of my, like my two hands and like at least, yeah, both feet pretty much, you know, for like all individual tasks at the same time. It's, yeah, definitely something you gotta learn. Or maybe you're natural, I don't know. I sure wasn't. Assassin's Creed the musical, nothing is true, everything is permitted. The ego source, Templars will fail. Exactly. Yeah, that's what the word was missing, you know, an Assassin's Creed musical. It's like my two favorite things coming together, essentially. At least one of them. Now my hands are also covered in blood. That's true. But it's the blood of our enemies, so it's fine. Or is he actually drunk? Maybe he is. Maybe he's drunk on power and drunk on something else at the same time.
They leave horrors in their wake. But Addin rides to tell him that these barbarous acts might be avenged.
What is it that you want?
No. Let me go! This is the captain, Jezza. You're not in now.
Know yours.
Please, someone do something. Is that man?
He's going to cause trouble.
You are filth! You are filth!
I don't understand what he's trying to accomplish.
You again, Grandmaster. Safety and peace. I'm so glad to see you. In these troubled times, they ask me to prove myself. But I feel so inadequate when I compare myself to you. I must kill 2 of Majduddin's men without a fight. Could you show me the way? I will be forever grateful, and share a very interesting story with you.
Tight, yeah!
First day WFH at the new job, so have you in the background. Getting close to 4 years subbed.
Hey Vamoro, welcome in. Awesome dude, I hope the new job is going well so far, and that you have a great first day at it. Thank you so much, dude, for the resub and, you know, for getting so close to 4 years as well. That's actually insane.
You dare steal in my presence?
Thank you for the luck too, dude. I appreciate it.
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost
Okay, stealth assassination mission. Let's make sure that we can avoid any of these guys. And of course the guards.
I'll have your hand for that!
sir have any money? Please, can't you spare something? I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Okay, can't do it right here.
Please, can't you spare?
Then we have this group of guards who are even more suspicious to us.
That will cost you your life.
A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins.
Get out of my way.
I beg of you. I beg just a few coins, please.
Okay, that worked.
Please, sir, have any money? My family is sick and
Leave me in peace. God damn it. Okay, where's the other guy?
You are the best the clan has ever seen. Here is my story, Master. I was cleaning the temple steps. I overheard two scholars praising how easy it was for them to pass the soldiers guarding the entrance of the execution plaza.
I need money,
If you
sir.
time
I'm
your
poor
entry
and
properly,
sick and
they could
hungry.
provide a nice distraction for the guards. But I am sure that with your wisdom, you knew that already.
A few scholars would try to enter the execution area, which is definitely one of two major ways to do the assassination. However, I'm not yet sure if I want to try to do that because it means having to face the crazies who might push you around, which will get you insta-detected. But honestly, if we position ourselves right during the execution, then it might work out well. It's all about timing, really. But I would say the next assassination is probably the trickiest to do stealthy. Because if you're not actually blending in monk mode, then you're gonna be detected either way, even if you're not even close to the execution place. The scholars are likely to cause a disturbance at the entrance to the execution plaza. If I time my entry properly, they could provide a nice distraction for the guards. Indeed. Okay, I'm gonna go to the execution place and actually unlock the scholars just so we have them. But let's take care of the last investigation first.
Leave now and I'll let you live.
Leave him alone.
I stand before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Jaffa, there will be no stopping him.
You are not supposed to be here. Leave.
We must end this before it ever can begin. That city is ours, has always been ours. And it is our duty to defend it until death. The Crusaders must be destroyed. Curse him! Curse the Christian king and his army of infidels! They go against the will of God and must be made to pay.
The fact that Beggar chases you is so annoying. Yeah. There's definitely lots of people you have to deal with, especially the more you're getting into the later assassinations. Then you have like drunks, beggars, crazies, like guards with leaders that know who you are and will kind of like be suspicious of you immediately. Looks like we have another stealth mission, but this time it's stealth archers.
Damned archers. We are to launch an assault against one of Majd-ud-Din's lieutenants. But we cannot do anything until the rooftops have been cleared. And I have no men to spare. Would you be willing to help? Just make sure they do not see you coming, or we will have to begin again.
Okay, this time it's 3 archers here. There's no time limit, so we can take good time to observe the area. there's one.
Thousands of lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I say this is an honor.
There's another one.
Service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no great.
Using the throw knives might be the easiest way to do this here.
You shouldn't be. I stand before you to deliver a warning.
See me here.
Richard takes Jaffa. There will be no stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next. We must end this before it has a chance to begin. That city is ours, has always been ours. And it is our duty to defend it until death.
Okay, maybe do it from this side first.
Must be destroyed.
Yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
لست حقير. سأقطع يديك جزاء ذلك.
Okay, that's the first one down.
Hırsızlık yapmanın cezası ölümdür.
لست حقير. سأقطع يديك.
Oh, come on. Cut off those invisible wards.
Addin rides to meet him, that these barbarous acts might be avenged. Pray that God, glorious and exalted is He, finds favor with us, that He may grant us victory.
I could try to just go down, take up the ladder, and then go from this side. I think I'm gonna do that.
Lives are lost in its defense. It seems a tragedy, but I say, fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this.
Yeah, if only you could aura. Like use a crossbow like you could, or they did in the trailer. Actually remove that because it wasn't historically accurate.
Strong like Saladin.
I'm starting to understand why Al-Mualim favors you. I assume you have been sent to deal with Majd, yes? Then it might help you to know that he enjoys lecturing his prisoners before executing them. While doing so, he turns his back to the crowd. It would be the perfect moment for you to strike. Now, I must attend to my men. We have our own targets to deal with.
Addin turns his back to the crowd during his speeches, so he's vulnerable from behind. Addin enjoys lecturing his prisoners before executing them. By doing so, he turns his back to the crowd. It is a perfect moment to strike.
They say it is a crusade. A crusade for what? Ignorance to do that? Violence?
Yeah, like, you might not imagine it, but yeah, there was a time when Ubisoft was really caring about historic accuracy, at making it match as best as possible with historic effects. Okay, but that's all the investigations done. I'm still gonna go back to the execution place to kind of like study the environments and find the best way to do this. And also to unlock the citizens over there, which should unlock the scholars to blend in with.
Oh dear. What did you do? Someone should stop him before he gets there.
ما الذي يجعله يرفض army? They leave horrors in their wake.
What is that fool doing?
That these barbarous
Citizen!
might be avenged.
Citizen?
Please, sir, have any money?
What is it? سوف يؤذي نفسه هذا.
Please, someone do something.
Thief! You are filth!
He trusted me.
Okay, so this is the place right here. But I wanna go and get the citizens first.
We are the true children of God.
You're hurting me!
ردوها علي.
Thank you, my boy. I only wish my sons were half as brave as you. I'll see to it that they hear this tale and know what it is to be a true hero.
True hero. Yeah, it's blended in with the monks here to see where we're actually going. Hopefully to the execution place.
What? Who's done this? Tell me! Someone's murdered nearby.
Indeed, leaving us right here. But then they go back. Now, I think the other group of monks actually spawns regardless of if you do a save a citizen mission or not. I could have a look if this one might unlock a group right next to where we are, but I don't think it will. I'm gonna get it though, just to be safe.
He's going to hurt himself. And when he does, I won't help him.
A few coins. All I ask is for a few coins.
Someone tell me why he's doing that.
Do you have any money? I need food. I'm so hungry. Just a little money, I beg of you.
Thief! You are filth!
Gonna have your head!
Good you came along when you did. Another minute and they would have made off with me.
Okay, they didn't unlock any Skodas, so they must kind of like unlock automatically. Fair enough.
Why is he in such a hurry?
Alright, but yeah, that means we're now ready to start the next assassination. Gonna be a tricky one for sure. Wanna have a look back real quick at the execution place though. And plan my route accordingly, because what I would like to try is going from this side rather than blending with the monks. To go up here. There should be a guard down here which I have to dispose of. Then we can to this side on this rooftop, which shouldn't get us detected yet. And from here we can kind of like oversee the execution, and then once the guy has killed like 3 or so people and the last one is the assassin, he's close enough for us to jump over here and then perform an air assassination essentially. But it's definitely a timing thing, plus air assassinations aren't guaranteed, so it's gonna be extra tricky. But yeah, I would like to attempt that. The tricky part here is actually getting on the rooftops without getting detected, because we will start down here in the crowd, and I will basically have to blend over way and then make my way over to this ladder, I reckon. I should be safe on that ladder. But yeah, there's a good chance that once we leave blend mode, we're gonna be insta-detected, which is really sucky. And the trickiest part about this assassination is like how quickly you can get detected. And also the crazies, which will always seek you out and try to rumble you away, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, let's see if we can do this.
Leave now! You dare steal in my presence? Don't talk, just leave! Leave now! Don't let him get away! Stop running! You cannot escape! Don't push! Come back here!
Cheers, Rod, I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope we can do this first try, but we just have to see.
What news, novice?
I am not a novice.
A man's skill is defined by his actions, not the markings on his robe.
We can trade barbs or do Al-Muallim's work. It's your decision.
Then be out with it.
Jerusalem's regent Majd is holding a public execution not far from here. It's sure to be well guarded, but it's nothing I can't handle. I know what to do.
And that is why you remain a novice in my eyes. You cannot know anything, only suspect. You must expect to be wrong, to have overlooked something. Anticipate, Altair. How many times must I remind you of this?
As you wish. Are we done?
Not quite. There is one more thing. One of the men to be executed is a brother. One of us. Al-Mulim wishes for him to be saved. Do not worry about the actual rescue. My men will take care of that. But you must ensure Majd does not take his life.
I won't give him the chance.
So I hope.
Fast forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Strike Majd during the execution today, hid beneath the western edge of Solomon's temple. One of the men Majd intends to execute is an assassin. I must conclude my search quickly and see it to it no harm comes to this brother of mine. But first, let's go ahead and annoy Malik a bit further.
What news, Altair? Do you bring word of Majdudin's death?
No, he still lives.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you have a good reason for returning. Be quick about your business, though. I've told you all I know. The rest is up to you. Your target is not here, Altair. So why are you? Lives hang in the balance, brother. Are you sure this is where you should be? I'm beginning to wonder if your success with Talal was not some happy accident. Do not forget why you have come here, brother. Find your target and end his life. Your target is not here, Altair. So why are you?
Eva Jamel, welcome in. Indeed, yeah, playing on PC. The original version of the game. Or the director's cut, I should say.
Why are you doing this? I've done nothing wrong.
He's gone mad. Yeah, I mean, IT sure has. Given how much he wants to annoy Malik here.
Like what you see? Leave, peasant, before I make you.
I beg of you. I beg of you, just a few coins, please.
No, you don't getting any coins. Yeah, I could use the monks here, I think, to get into the area. Because I gotta find a way to get past these guards.
You shouldn't be acting like a child.
Hey, Vekes, welcome in. Good morning to you. Hope it's shaping to be a good one for you. You woke up early enough today? Fair enough. I mean, in Canada it must be still quite early. Or relatively early in the day. So I think I have to go further to the crowd. I can't just stay here at the ladder. Oh, never mind. I can stand over here. That's good.
Demand silence! People of Jerusalem, hear me well. I stand here today to deliver a warning. There are malcontents among you. They sow the seeds of discontent, hoping to lead you astray. Tell me, is this what you desire? To be mired in deceit and sin? To live your lives in fear? Then you wish to take action? We do! Your devotion pleases me. This evil must be purged. Only then can we hope to be redeemed.
This is not justice! And all of you stand idle, complicit in this crime.
Catch you all! See how the evil of one man spreads to corrupt others? They sought to instill fear and doubt within you, but I will keep you safe. Here now are four filled with sin. The harlot, the thief, the gambler, the heretic. Let God's judgment be brought down upon them all! She goes by many names. Her sin remains the same. She turned her back on the teachings, defiled her body to advance her station. Each man she touched, forever stained.
She must pay! This man speaks lies! I am here today not because I lay down with other men, for I did not. He means to murder me because I would not lie down with him.
Even now, offered redemption, she continues to deceive. She rejects salvation. There is only one way to deal with this.
Condemns me to death? Show me where such a thing is written. It is not sin that corrupts our city, but you!
This man took what was not his. Money, earned through the labor of another. It could have belonged to any of you. And so, you have all been violated. What say you to this?
It was a single dinar found on the ground. He speaks as though I trust.
Your work here is finished.
No, no. It had only just begun.
Tell me, what's your part in all of this? Do you intend to defend yourself as the others have and explain away your evil deeds?
The Brotherhood wanted the city. I wanted power. There was an opportunity.
An opportunity to murder innocents.
Not so innocent. Dissident voices cut deep as steel. They disrupt order. In this, I do agree with the Brotherhood.
You'd kill people simply for believing differently than you.
Of course not. I killed them because I could.
Requiescat in pace.
Fun. Do you know what it feels like to determine another man's fate? And did you see the way the people cheered? The way they feared me? I was like a god. You'd have done the same if you could. Such power.
Once perhaps. But then I learned what becomes of those who lift themselves above others.
And what is that?
Here, let me show you.
I'll have your head! Your life is now!
Oh yeah. That honestly couldn't have gone much better. I'm so glad we got this assassination done the first time, because it's definitely one of the absolute trickiest to do completely stealthy. But it's something to keep in mind, that I can actually position myself directly at the ladder, like immediately. And then you just gotta wait for the nearby guard group to walk away, and then you're basically good to go. Cass, not too bad. Been doing a platinum run of Fallout 4 for the first time. It's been a blast. Nice, dude. Glad you are enjoying it. Have you played any of the other Fallout games before? Yeah, Rod, like, Altair really deserves more credit for his dialogue in AC1, you know. Also when he says, here, let me show you. Oh yeah, I throw that chase theme. Makes me kind of like wanna get or stay detected and kind of just like run away for a few more minutes. Listen to it, awesome music. Cass, you played New Vegas about 80% to the end, and you've been giving Fallout 76 a try with friends, and it's a lot better than when it launched. But that's good, because I remember all the criticism the game received, you know, when it was initially launched. I actually haven't played any of the Fallout games yet, but I do believe that Morrow redeemed Fallout... I think it was Fallout New Vegas a while ago. So I reckon I'm gonna check it out at some point.
Jerusalem needs a new ruler.
So I have heard.
What's this? No words of wisdom for me? Surely I have failed in some spectacular fashion.
You performed as an assassin should. No more, no less. That you expect praise for merely doing as told, however, troubles me.
It seems everything I do troubles you.
Reflect on that. But do so on your way back to Masyaf. Your work here is done.
Fast forward in memory to a more recent one.
Addin was mad. He killed because he enjoyed it. Jerusalem shall be free of his reign, and my deed has been accomplished. Though it appears he betrayed them, he claimed membership within the same brotherhood as the others I have killed. What is this brotherhood? Why do they seek to control the cities? Amwal Lim will have answers. He must. Assassin? Hyphen was really rude in this game, huh? Yeah. I can see the similarity between Hyphen's voice actor and Malik's. Would be kinda cool if they were related or something like that. But yeah, I enjoy both voice actors tremendously.
Done already?
Get up.
Whatever you say, Doc.
I'm ending the session. I'll be right there. You're sure about this? Yes. No. Everything's Denver. I don't see how he could... Of course. I understand. You're in a lot of trouble, Mr. Miles.
What's his problem?
They're coming for you.
Who's coming for me?
Assassins.
Hey, I had nothing to do with this.
Sounds like they're mounting some kind of rescue attempt. Guess you're more important than you realized.
Man, things just keep getting weirder and weirder around here.
It was bound to happen.
What do you mean?
That little fight your ancestors started during the Third Crusade, it never ended. You're being held by Templars.
Vidic's a Templar?
There's no way you could have known. They hide it so well. But to answer your question, Vidic works for them. We all do. Abstergo is their company.
I thought Templars were old dudes with funny hats who sat around drinking beer and plotting world domination with, like, the lizard people.
No. Except the part about world domination, I guess. Look, Desmond, it's complicated. Half the stuff they say about the Templars comes from crazy tinfoil hat-wearing nutjobs. The other half is misinformation intentionally produced by the Templars themselves.
But they are the bad guys, right?
If there's one thing I've learned since I started working here, it's that there's no such thing. It's all so relative. I guess the best way to explain it is, What they want is good. But the way they're going about it, it's bad. Really bad.
What are they trying to do? Lucy?
Yes.
Miss Stillman, I need to speak with you. Get up here, now!
On my way, Doctor. I'm sorry, Desmond. I have to go. You should turn in for the night. The answers to all of your questions are right in front of you. You just have to know where to look.
In the Animus. Yeah, no kidding, Aura. It wasn't just a little fight, it was a freaking crusade.
Please, Desmond. I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't leave. And I can't leave until you're in your room.
Okay, let me go back into the room and then we can get out of the room again. Because you got the access code to do so. Why did you say it like it was Desmond's fault? Right, Seraph? You're talking about Abstergo, but really you mean Ubisoft. It's kind of funny how Abstergo Entertainment ends up working together with Ubisoft in lore, once you get to like AC Black Flag. And the Ubisoft Entertainment studio that you're walking around in Black Flag is actually inspired by the Ubisoft Montreal studio as well, I believe. Like the way the offices look like. Okay, let's have a look at the emails, if there's any new stuff. Okay, nothing new here. However, there's one outbox email from Lucy to Alan Rickon. So that's the CEO of Abstergo Industries. Mr. Rickon, I'm hoping you might be able to help me understand why even 5 years after the fact, no one is willing to tell me what happened to my friend. If you are concerned about sensitive information being divulged as a result of sharing this with me, I think my record at the company speaks for itself. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. Best, Lucy Stillman. So yeah, she's not giving up trying to solve or find out what happened to her friend. But now she's going too far, you know, like writing directly to Alan Rickon, who won't take too kindly to her, you know, investigating. We still haven't gotten the access code for Vidic's laptop, have we? And never mind, we did. We actually stole off his code last time. Abstergo News, Wire Services, Daily Headlines from September 3rd. Hurricane season ends, but not in the way you would think. Increasingly erratic weather patterns have caused the Global Weather Association to abolish the term hurricane season. Once confined to the months of June through November, hurricane duration, frequency, strength, and location have increased to the point where most coastal cities must now live in constant fear of these devastating storms. So one thing you have to consider with this game is it is set in 2012, however it came out in 2007. So unlike today, where modern day is usually set in the year that the game launches, this is actually kind of like a dystopian vision, you know, of like the future, essentially. 5 years into what will happen, you know. And of course this all leads to the 21st of December 2012, which is supposed to be the end of the world, according to the Mayan calendar, I believe. And yeah, you know, that's what the Templars are kind of like preparing for as well. And that's what explains kind of these, you know, like weather disturbing weather patterns and stuff. But yeah, we will of course find out more about that, especially in AC3, but also in AC Valhalla. That's like a big part of the story. Abstergo satellite launch postponed. Citing last-minute adjustments to their new all-in-one telecommunications satellite, Abstergo have postponed the launch of their first satellite until December 21st. They maintain that their patented technology will allow faster, more reliable data transmission than previous generation satellites, which suffered from delays and interference. So this is another thing that Ubisoft, no, say too, Abstergo was planning. You know, they actually tried to use the technology of the Apple to put into a satellite, so they could basically use you know, the satellite to control multiple people at the same time. And it's also something that the ISU already have attempted back in their time, to send the technology of the Apple into the air and you know, kind of like increase the reach essentially of the effect. But even for the ISU that didn't work out. You know, they couldn't control all the humans. There were just too many of them as well. Rotten, here we are 10 years later and the world hasn't ended. Indeed. Levy love how the calendar just ended at that date and humans were like, I bet this means like the end of days. Yeah. It's like Armageddon is coming. Surely. The movie we did called 2012 about the world ending was terrible. It's basically just characters going from one disaster to another, rinse and repeat. Oh look, they're escaping from something behind them in a car. Oh, now on a boat. And now on a unicycle. Oh, now on a horse. But they're escaping. Yeah, I remember seeing that movie once, and I didn't quite end up liking it either, and I haven't seen it since. So that wasn't my favorite one too. And we got some daily headlines from September 4th. Tension mount over Antarctic drilling. The US and EU are once again facing heavy criticism for the decision to begin construction of jointly owned oil platforms in the Weddell Sea. Several supranational unions oppose the work, claiming it violates the Antarctic Treaty System. The situation has been further complicated by the presence of 2 naval destroyers, said to be in the region for reasons unrelated to the construction. Which you can guess are Templar controlled, you know. So we're kind of like adding to the issue there. And here we got the answer to the email that Lucy has written to Alan Rickon earlier. Basically just, you know, bringing back like a blank email saying, I will be out of the office starting September 1st. I will return on October 4th. In case of an emergency, please contact my assistant, Aubrey Jacobs, at extension 1003. And then Alan Rickon fast-forwarded this to Vidic saying, You told me she wasn't going to be a problem, and here she is stirring up the shit again. Deal with this, Warren. You vouched for her. You are responsible for her. So Rickon isn't too pleased here with what Lucy is investigating. Then we have classified information, which we already have read, which Vidic put into the bin. And we got a message from an unknown sender saying, I know. I know what you're doing. I know what you did. I saw him. He had a metaphor. It opened. They went crazy, shooting, stabbing, tore each other to pieces. I know it was you people. Saw the logo, heard the name. I'm going to tell. Anyone who will listen, you'll be exposed. They will know the truth, and then you will pay. You crazy bastards. You pay. So that's a person that essentially survived the Denver catastrophe, which was basically the Templars staging something at the Denver airport that was where they were using essentially the Apple to create an illusion for all the people there. And in that experiment, one of the apples was apparently destroyed, which I believe is the apple we see even in AC1, you know, that Almolim now has. Which also gives us kind of like an answer to the question if they're actually searching for the apple, or if we're searching for the map that reveals all the other pieces of Eden, which is actually the case. Because the epoch can't be, you know, restored anymore. But yeah, somebody survived, and he wants to whistleblow, essentially, that Abstergo is behind all of this. It's interesting because it kind of aligns with what Sean says in AC2, that he actually found out about the fluoroid incident that Abstergo did, which is unrelated to this, but another kind of like thing that Abstergo has done, where they also poisoned the groundwater, I believe. And he also did go public about it, but didn't know that they were, you know, as dangerous as they were. So Rebecca actually had to rescue him. But I doubt that this person, you know, was rescued. I don't think so. But fortunately, Sean was. But yeah, that's all of the emails. And that also means that this will be where we will call it for today, because I won't have time to do an entire next assassination. So we're gonna go and start fresh with the next one in the next stream. I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me here today for the next session of Assassin's Creed.
Way back up in case I fall.
Definitely glad overall how it went. You know, we got detected 2 times. But overall, you know, I'm really glad we got the last assassination done without any detection. And that I still haven't been detected during any of the investigations either, which is quite nice. But yeah, I'm hoping that I can keep it under 10 until the end of the playthrough, but I kinda doubt it, to be honest. Because there's just gonna be an increasing difficulty with how much NPCs you have to deal with and stuff, and so much that can go wrong. So I feel like we're gonna get past the 10 detections, but we just have to see, I guess. Brought you Neva, once was enough? Yeah. No kidding. There's just some movies you don't have to rewatch. No worries, Aura. Thank you for being here. Habuja, you as well, thank you. No worries, Seraph. Thank you also for joining us today. Cheers, Rod, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really glad how the stealth, especially in the last mission, worked out. It really helps to kind of like go to the place of the assassination, kind of like, you know, train and prepare a little bit. Like how to do, like where to go when, and if you can, you know, do like a move or not. So yeah, preparation is definitely key with this game, that's for sure. But also knowing from having played the game so much what can go wrong really helps to avoid those instances and keep the frustration level down by a lot, you know. But yeah, let's go ahead and tap out here. And then we're gonna have a look who's online and who we can raid today. Let's see. It seems like Ronnie's doing some more Spider-Man today. I think he's playing more for DLC actually. Yeah, exactly, Rod. It definitely helps, you know, having enough time to really like study your environments a bit more. But yeah, let's go ahead and start a raid to Ronnie, I would say. See how he's enjoying some Spider-Man today. Thank you again so much, Rod, for the raid earlier and also for the bits today. I really do appreciate it. In case anybody hasn't checked out Rod yet, I would really recommend doing so because he's a massive fan of Assassin's Creed and is playing for those games every weekend. So definitely don't miss out on that if you're looking for more AC content on Twitch. And Moro, thank you also again so much for 44 months of resubbing too. And yeah, everybody else, thank you for joining us today. Thanks for lurking too, and for anybody that was in chat being part of the discussions. Thank you very much. But yeah, for now we're gonna go and raid over to Ronnie. So if you wanna come with us, there's some raid emotes you can copy and paste if you like. That Rod put into the chat. And yeah. And that's no worries, Rod. More than happy to give you a shout out. I will catch you all next time. So until then, take care and have a good one.